NHL 20 GTO. Heyo, kiddos. There's nobody in here, so I'm talking to myself. Talking to anybody watching the replay. Whenever that pops off, whenever I kill this broadcast. I'm gonna rip these until my points are gone. I forget the number. I put in the thing 40 plus, but for some reason I think it's only like 35, and I sincerely doubt that I'm gonna want to drop any of those coins onto this. I'd like to see not complete trash. But I'm not being negative towards the game, the publishers, developers, anything like that. I'm just saying I put the 18. That's great, thanks. Get off my screen, please. 18,750 coins into one of these, and then immediately after dropped another 7,500 onto one of these, of which go to the beginning of this channel, just shy of a month ago, well, 3 weeks ago, I guess, when this game dropped. The first thing I did was open up 1,000 of these things. These ones, exactly, the premiums. And if I recall correctly, doing that with those coins on those both were so bad that I dropped another 5K on a base, which is just like whatever. I mean, like, those are your odds. I mean, if you want to pay 5K for the guarantee of a gold player, one gold player, and those odds, GG, GL. Thing is, though, I don't know, man. We'll see how this goes. But you see all those less than 1%, of which, again, not a complaint, not even, I guess it's a comment, but not. I'm not trying to be negative, but we don't know what those numbers actually are, right? I mean, I said it in the early videos that I did. I say that like I've been doing this for years. I have been doing it for years, just not on this channel. But like whether it's 0.9, 0.1, as a pure kind of stats geek, nerd, whatever you want to call me, absolutely true. I just kind of want to know, because I don't like not knowing. And if it was not listed, but it was either you saw some people pull them, so you know it was possible, or although I don't know, you kind of have to see stuff like this where it's live to really know, in my opinion. But whatever, that's a whole different topic. I'm not rabbit holing right at the moment, because this is supposed to be just opening packs without me even being on the mic. I don't want to put this thing in and just talk constantly. So I just want to know, when they could just say, out here, and they don't, which is fine. But if they said 10 items and like a chance, which they've done in the past, just a chance of any of those 4 things, but they were to say like a chance of a master icon, a chance of a collectible icons or gold, whatever. That's technically what the negative 1% is enumerating slightly. But again, I said it before. I don't think that they'd be this brutal to us, but it could technically be 0 or negative. That range of numbers, which is technically like half of the numbers, even in an infinite spectrum. It's like half are negative, half are positive. They all of those would 0, -1, -2, keep on going. Those are all less than 1% technically, but I don't think they would do that. That's hardcore brutal. I'm putting more faith in the team. But still, like, again, we don't know if it's 0.1, 0.9, 0.2, 0.8, and I kind of do want to know. But when you really think about it, it's like, what's the real difference? You know what I mean? Plus, you kind of have to, in my, I was going to say, a humble opinion, or what I've experienced and seen, there have been times, plural, I think at least 2 different times that I can remember. It's not as if I open them every day, but 2 different times when I was doing it and also seeing it, where it seemed like across the board everyone was getting some pretty solid stuff, like in these categories. Not necessarily 86 plus, I would say, because that for base cards, obviously that there's a very small amount of cards that fall into that category of either 86 or 87. But I'd say like even 85s and some 84s. Just off the top of my head, beginning of the game, Tarasenko was perfectly fine to get. He's an 84. So I believe top goalie I thought was Carey Price at 84. But I actually think somebody pointed this out to me because I saw it. I think Vasilevsky base card is also an 84. Maybe I'm way off on that. I've used Price in the beginning of the game. I don't believe that I've used AV at all. I couldn't tell you. Sorry for that. But point being, Price for sure base card will forever be 84 this year, and I used to be 100%. Now speaking has made me less confident, but I think, I don't know, we'll say 98, 99% that is either the highest or tied for the highest overall rating for any base goalie that started the game. So you got that, and then you got defenders having less likelihood to have the super high base starting ratings. So guys like, when I was saying 85s, I mean, say what you will about Brent Burns now that other cards have come out, but I ripped another Carlson EK 65 the last time I opened packs. I don't even know, like within the last week, and I was pretty pleased with that. Even now, into now today's being technically the second month of the game, and that's an 85 overall. Even for base cards, man, 85 is not the worst ever. But my internet connection is fine. Get out of here, Sony. Even if I am in multiple Twitch streams on multiple mobile devices, it's totally fine. I actually have multiple. I have multiple routers. Maybe I should be smart and actually do that stuff on a different router. Oh, jeez. So, yeah. So, but last I'll say on what I was saying, I can't even summarize as a topic, but just as far as values of base cards, if we're going to see some of those in these packs, yes, for me, at where I'm at, having a little bit of coin, I didn't even bother to look. I know who sold. I don't even really want to look at what it sold for. I'm not being intentionally like, not really ungrateful, but kind of along those lines, because it gave me coins, and I did it because I now have the untradeable version of that same card, and it's potentially hashtag endgame card, especially if it gets upgraded. It's absolutely endgame. So not mad that I got the other card. I did that intentionally. Everything I did for that. Got it. Super happy. That was like either the last video on this channel or one of the last videos on this channel in the last week. So that can, spoiler alert, tell you who I'm talking about. But I was not really seeing the value that I wanted. And now that it has sold, admittedly, I'm thinking it was generally probably a good idea to be selling right now, prior to this first Hut Champs that I wasn't a part of. I think processing its results right now, and then I mean, shit, it's only Tuesday, so that's still, I mean, that's end of week. That's like another 3 days until rewards for squad battles, and then I don't even know. I think that's probably, are they going to keep that on the schedule as like just once a week like that for the comp seasons, right? And that's the only stuff. And then I guess you technically get, it seems like everybody, everyone's focusing on the online seasons, which I understood. And in 19, I get the competitive aspect of it in 20, and just needing to have some sort of gameplay content for those that can actually play the game, which is, if you've watched anything I've ever done, clearly not me. But hey, if anybody hears this, because there's nobody in the room right now, if you're watching this on replay and you heard that, either you or someone you know would like to, or might even be somewhat interested in some coaching, I'll take anything, man. I'll take a one-off. I'll take a 30-minute sesh from somebody who actually knows what they're doing. I'd be happy to get it. Really would. Because I'm not out here trying to, like, the whole "this is my year" thing. I don't expect. I'm pretty sure I can play this game every single year, and knock on wood. Hopefully you can't hear that over there. I believe this is some type of wood. I'm knocking on that. If I'm fortunate enough to live a long life, play this every single year, and assume that it continues to be put out every year. I think the comment "this is my year" would never be said by me or anyone that knows me in relation to me in a serious way. It could only be done as a joke, and possibly as trolling my inability to actually be able to play the game. So I'm dead serious. Like, I would totally take. I would take a 5-minute one-on-one with somebody who, I mean, hopefully they'd be able to actually be packing it in tight with good stuff and be brief, unlike literally anything I've ever done, including this right now. But the color just changed on the screen. That's cool. Yeah, I mean, dude, I would take a 5-minute one-on-one. They probably teach me more in even one of those 5 minutes than I have ever and probably would ever pick up on my own. But not the glitch stuff though. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. I don't want to win that way. But it is what it is. Anyways, this isn't about gameplay. It's about packs. I was just showing though that the less than 1% on those, in however many that I opened, and then I think I had actually even better results on this. The other one that they did that was a 300 pointer, which was technically slightly less than this. I forget when that was. The 15K packs, also on the channel. I don't know. I'd probably have to go back 2 weeks or so for that. We didn't do 1,000 of those. We did a lot of those though. I don't know why I keep saying we. This channel was supposed to be a bunch of people besides just me, and it's just me right now. The only one in the live stream, literally, as well as the only one that's done any content for it, which is fine. I'm not trying to run a conglomeration here. I'm just trying to put something out that people might actually enjoy, which is the things that I can't focus on because it would take my attention away from my screen. But I've got it on other screens right now. The stuff that people actually want to watch, me, myself included. Anyway, there were 300 point packs, 15K packs. And we ripped a bunch of those, and had slightly better results generally. And then just as far as like quote unquote amazing pulls. Again, not just, in my opinion, not just 86s, 85s, maybe even 84s as well. At that time when almost all the 84s were willing to sell. And I get how you can say, look, it says 83 plus is 5.9, sure, but there's just 83, 84, and 85. There's, for base cards at least, and then I don't know the current stats on the updated cards because I was tracking it, and I'm just not right now. I'm not going to rabbit hole that either. But for base cards, and that's the same every year, there's always going to be way more 83s than there are 84s or 85s. And then I don't know this number exactly for this year, but I would venture to guess it'd be true that there's actually more 83s than there are 84s and 85s combined for base cards. And yes, I do have the database right over there, and yes, I could look that up, and yes, I can have an answer for you in 60 seconds from now, even though you're watching this whenever I kill the broadcast, as opposed to right this minute. So what does time really matter? You can just fast forward. If I give you a timestamp. But I'm not looking that up because that's not what this is supposed to be about. You're just generally saying, at least as far as base cards and seemingly from other cards that come out as well, there's going to be more 83s than there are 84s, and then more than there are of 85s. So the fact that a lot of 83s, I felt like, outside of very specific ones, were not base cards. We're not selling. You at least weren't making bank on them. There were a couple 84s still left that you could. Some name players that have decent cards, decent stats behind that overall rating. And then it just goes up from there. Obviously, 85 is better, 86 is better, 87 is best as far as base overalls. But all I'm saying is, see that negative, or not negative, maybe negative. Hey, somebody's in the room. So the less than 1%, we pulled every one of those. We pulled an 86 plus, we pulled a master icon, we pulled multiple collectibles for both icons and gold collectibles. So, this isn't meant to be, the original Dumb and Dumber where you're like, so you're saying there's a chance, but that's kind of what that is with those. Somebody's in the room now. I'll go ahead and do what I said I was going to do in the description. We're going to rip some packs. Rip these Fantasy Hockey Ultra packs. These are the odds if you're not familiar. I'm assuming you'll say something in the woman's voice. I don't even know what my volume is on this thing. Hold on a second. How's my... That's great. Literally 1 second, not even a full minute, hopefully. Okay, here we go. Didn't even know where my remote was. Oh yeah, my volume's already good. So if you say something, the woman's weird robotic voice will go super loud and it'll scare the hell out of me, and I'll switch over to see what it was that you actually said. But I'm assuming you know what NHL 20 is. You've somewhat familiarity with it. So there's actually six gold players in these packs. So that when they say 100%, it's not just for one. You actually get 6 of them. But then break down to that: 73, 80 plus, a third, 82 plus, and then kind of drops down. Obviously, 3.6 for 85 plus, 2% for both the collectibles, icons, and gold, and less than 1% for a master item. But it is what it is, man. Can possibly have some choices. 375 points. We got 13, 150 up top. So I'm just gonna rip however many as we can. Start with this first one here. I wasn't planning on staying on the mic the whole time, but I'll do it for this first one, I guess. Oh shit! Sorry, man. Can you even hear that? Hold on 1 second. It's gonna go blue screen for 1 second. Damn it! That's not what I want. Ah, jeez, my bad. Hold on. It'll like 2 seconds. I was doing stuff in my with my headphones on. Like last night, I forgot to switch back over. I'm an idiot. Here we go. Wait, here we go. All right, so I think it's the same. I think it's the same noise for you, but I just wanted to come out of my TV as opposed to being an extremely small sound in my ear. So there we go. We got a 79. Counts as a gold card. First card. Could be a good start, I guess. Let's go. Let's go from there. Sorry, hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's not good. 5 out of the guaranteed 6 gold players, and this 79 is the highest overall so far. And I don't, outside of the specific ones that I like and sometimes play with, I don't need or want any bronze or silver jerseys, or I'll take logos because those are rare, but I don't need any jerseys and whatever the hell this other one was. Are they all just jerseys? Yeah. I don't need or want those. I mean, 25 of them will get you like a base pack in a set, and they don't sell for anything. I'd just give me players. I can use those much easier in sets. All right, so I'm not going to say anything because then they're clearly going to give me. I mean, I like the jersey. I don't play with the sets every Wolves girl, but it's a bronze in case you can't tell between bronze and gold. I'll take any and all gold jerseys though. That's the best one. Literally the best one you can do. All right, I'm not talking anymore, but that's a logo, so I can quick sell that at least. A lot of gold players. A lot of gold players. I think we got an extra 2 in that one. Would definitely like to see an 80 plus, but admittedly I want it to pop. So I want it, you know, we want this one person, whoever this is that's watching here, to get some 81 plus overall players. I actually don't mind the silver players at all, for me, but for anybody watching, make it fun. Give us some cool graphics. I thought that was going to be it, man. Little lag. All right, you know what? I'll kill all my other stuff here. My bad. I'm just going to literally turn that off completely. There we go. Sorry, I shouldn't admit the stuff that I'm getting excited about because it's not what people come to watch pack openings for. But yeah, I'm not excited at all for the contracts or the healing cards, same as you. But yeah, I like the sellies. I hang on to those for the most part. I quick sold a bunch in the beginning of the year, but mostly hanging on to them. There we go. That is an actual gold jersey. I had to come down and take a quick look because I think there's another 2 people in the room now. We're ripping Hockey Ultra packs. I'm in the middle of the beginning of one here now, so I can't show you odds. If you want to see them, I'll do it at the end of this pack, and I'm not talking a bunch, so we'll get through this real quick. But that is a gold jersey, not a bronze, so it's helpful. Although I think there is a Flames team that is not NHL. Can't remember off the top of my head. I also believe those 79s are the highest that we've had so far. It's the 3rd or 4th pack now. Jersey number. There you go. Now, see, it throws you off. If you don't know, you thought that, you know, if you're looking for gold jerseys, you think that's Carolina. It ain't. It's WHL. It's a bronzer. There we go. The first pop. The first 81 plus. Jason, look, he's wild, man. 3 people in the room now. We're getting nasty here. I will show. I'm opening up Fantasy Ultra packs. Little Canada.
Can I have a player?
Dude, I just don't. I don't even know who's talking, but no, you can't have a player from just asking, unless you're one of our regulars, in which case you can, and you know you don't have to ask me like that. You can just send me a message anytime and I'll do it for you. But if you're brand new to the channel and if you come in and the first thing you ask for is a player, what I was just about to say for the 3 people in the room, if you've got this on PlayStation and you want the Canada bucket, let me know. I'll send it your way. You can gladly have that.
Okay, thanks. You sorry.
You don't have to apologize, man. I'm just saying.
Do you trade?
I don't want to switch to the other screen while I'm opening up a pack. Hold on one second. Because I mean, admittedly, I also don't know who else is in the room right now. But in case I do have anything worthwhile, oh, we got 2 people talking. That's interesting. Dude, I don't know. How do you say your name? Is it? Because to me, I'm used to people where it kind of sounds like Guillermo, but that looks like I'd be saying that wrong. I don't even know if you'd say Torval is the second name. But yeah, Jerome, looks like you're also what? Probably French. But Sanandeo? Okay. I yeah, okay. So parlez-vous no français? Is that correct? And no habla español. Unfortunately, I pretty much just speak English. My English also sucks, but it's a Quebec French Canadian, so therefore a true hockey fan, I'm sure. I want to. So here's the deal, guys. Thanks for joining, both of you. If you chill for the whole thing, by the end, I'm sure we'll have something I can get you. If you're on the PlayStation side, it's fenced, you know. So if you're Microsoft, if you're Xbox, I can't do anything for you. Yeah, it's all good, man. So just like, I would prefer to, if it's cool with you guys, I would like to do the pack openings in the main screen where the chat's not on there, just because it's bigger, and it also makes it easier for edits. So when I'm in there, if you've got anything that you want to say, it's totally fine. It's just going to be the weird robotic woman's voice, and I'm probably not going to understand anything that you said. But at the end of the pack, before I go to open another one, and it looks like one of the people left, you could say, this one I'm waiting on, man, Jerome, the 70K. I don't know if you're playing the game or not. And actually, part of my thing is I can't even see what that says on the top there. I believe that's a 5. It would make sense if it was an S. So, but I mean, it could be a 9. I think 9 actually makes more sense. So I think it's 9 days and 17 hours that's left on that. And I can find out real quick. I play now. Okay. Where the hell's the no, the packs sets? Yeah, oh, there it is up at top. I'm an idiot. Right there, 9 days and 17 hours is what's left on the sets. So the deal is, these fantasy hockey prospects, first off, everyone that plays the game, if you play the weekday challenges, and you can play them whenever, as long as you get them done before that last day, you'll get these collectibles, and you'll get an untradeable gold collectible. If you want, you can put it into this pack, and they'll give you 2 fantasy hockey prospects to choose from. You choose one of the 2. Obviously, spoiler alert, I'd say don't take Zadina, since he didn't actually make the Red Wings squad and he got bumped down to AHL. But the part of the deal for me is that next week, in like almost 3 days, there's going to be, where the hell do I even show that? All those fantasy hockey cards that you kind of see there, hopefully they have it at the front as well. Yeah, there we go, that one. So all of those cards, as you see there, that goes until October 4th. You got Tolvanen and Pedersen. Which one did you choose? Why do you only have 8 follow? You are a good person. You deserve. Yeah, for fantasy, I got it, Jerome. Cool. Which one did you take, Jerome? And then, can I just call you G for right now at the moment until you can somehow tell me how to say your first name properly? G, I appreciate the comment, man. Much appreciated. I've done this in previous years. This is a new channel for just this year, and it's just this game. Whereas normally I do a lot of NHL, and then I do basically every other game also. So this is just for, you can. Yeah, but okay, so just yes or no, do I say that's Torval? Is that correct, Torval? And I know there's a delay, so that's the way to choose. Perfect. All right, cool. And then Jerome, unfortunately, I can't scroll on the chat unless I go into my mobile device, and I literally just turned off my mobile device when I was getting lagged from opening the packs. So I'm not in the chat with you guys at the moment. So I can't scroll up, whereas you can. So Jerome, I was asking you, you said you had Etav and Cal Pedersen. Oh, okay, so that makes sense. You chose Pedersen. Okay. I kind of like the other guy. I like Etav. I don't know why. I just do. I don't even know. I haven't paid attention yet to who made any team except Plus One Follower. Much appreciated, man. Thank you very much. But yeah, this is a new channel. It just started with this game, and we don't have. I say we. There's supposed to be other people helping me with this. By myself right now, I don't have any of my stuff set up. So I've got this really crappy mic at the moment. It's not even a real mic. I don't know if you can even hear me properly. And I say every 2 seconds. You're welcome, but you deserved it. Appreciate it. Much appreciated. Yeah, I don't have the face cam, obviously. I don't have any cameras. I don't have lights. I don't have any of that stuff. The intention is to get it. I just didn't. I did this kind of last second. I played 19, and I kind of did a pack opening over there in the final days of that to determine if I was going to even get this game. And spoiler alert, it went out. It went in favor of getting the game, and I got the game and decided to do this whole new channel and stuff like that. So I'm trying to add content for people. So appreciated. And the follower count has and subs or whatever. It's kind of I'm not going to talk the whole time about my channel, but you asked some 2 seconds here. That number has fluctuated quite a bit with really low numbers. So it's kind of gone from like 5 to maybe even 15 or 20, and now it's come back down. And I don't have any sort of solid reason for that. So you're saying it's at 8 right now, and then you just came on, so now you're 9. So it's cool. I appreciate you doing that. I don't pay a ton of attention to that kind of stuff just because it is so new. It's it's whatever. I try to help out the people that are subbed and that usually come in here and watch these things. But it is what it is. So it says 3 people in the room now. Cool. Whoever the third person is, other than Jerome and Torval, feel free to comment right now. You play on Xbox, Jerome. Well, unfortunately, man, I can't help you out over there. What I was trying to say, I don't know if you know this, and I don't know if you can understand with me saying it in English. The 2 groups are fenced, so Torval, you're on PS4, so we'll get you something probably. You just call it out if you see anything. Like, I don't know if you want that. I already said I'd give away the Canada mask, goalie mask, the bucket, to anybody that wants it. If you see something, obviously, other than the 79 fantasy Taylor Hall or something crazy like that, or obviously the 80 Kovalchuk, neither of which would I buy in coins, but if I pack them, I'm going to keep them. But you being on the PS4 side, I can hook you up at the end of the stream for sure with a little something. But Jerome, do you open? Maybe you didn't see, Jerome. It's literally all I'm doing is opening packs. I just wanted to answer your guys' questions in here because I want to go to the main screen where it's not showing the chat when I'm opening the packs. It's more exciting for people to watch on the replay that gets put onto the channel, and it also makes it much easier for editing. So I just kind of wanted to answer the question that you guys, we each had one, and now you've had other ones, and that's totally fine. But yeah, Jerome, you being on Xbox, unlike Torval and I over on PlayStation, they're completely fenced, so we can't trade cards with you, and we can't buy anything that you have up for sale, and we don't even play against you in games. And what you finish in the competitions and stuff like that, last year I know was separated. I don't know if they are for this year because this is the first week of Hut Challenges. But anyways, this is all about. Okay, you know, cool. This is all about opening packs though. So, hold on a second. I thought I had everything turned off. What is that? Oh, okay. So that. Oh, that's on Twitter. That sucks. I shouldn't be getting texts like that. That's weird. Anyways, this is about the packs. I'm gonna open up packs. If something pops off for you guys, you have any questions, happy to answer them. If you could, maybe kind of just wait to the end of one before I go into the next one. Because again, I'm not gonna do it from this screen. I'm gonna do it from this screen. It's bigger for me. It just looks better for everybody else. But I'm not telling you that you have to shut up. That's not what I'm saying. But hopefully you understood what I was saying on this pack here. First off, it's untradeable. Second off, you can only get one of them. but it's nine, almost 10 days, and in 3 days there'll be a whole nother group of players that are also going to be available in those packs and every other pack that you can't get right now. So I'm going to wait.
How many money you put in the game? After some pack, can you show your team?
If you, okay, 1 second. I didn't catch the first one, but you're asking me to show my team. Not a problem. You see the 91 overall there. How many money? Well, Jerome, I mean, it's kind of a personal question, but and mine's U.S. dollars instead of Canadian or anything else like that. But you know, at least $1,000, obviously. I mean, you see the team here. It doesn't get better. I don't have the 91 Lemieux. I kind of talked bad about it, and still kind of am talking bad about it, hoping that people will bring its cost down. Because generally, if you see a tradable card, that means I probably just bought it as opposed to packing it. But I do kind of want the Lemieux for that at least for that my fourth right winger. This is the current setup. It's not what I'm going to go with long term, but most of these guys are going to be there long term. So this is the main first line here. Second line is also Stout. If you don't know, Gardner is just amazing. And Messier, people talk bad about him, but he's been perfect for me there. And obviously, it's hard to get better than McDavid. It's just that how he is better than McDavid. I play inverted, as you can see here. Lefties are on the right, righties are on the left. I really like Theo. And I'm just trying out the Rantanen right now. I'm enjoying it. I've moved him up to the third line because I'm using, for the next, I guess 3 days, probably less, I'm using Conacher. This is so stupid. I don't like these cards at all. But I'm using the Conacher and the Marty St. Louis just because I got them from my milestones and I wasn't opening them. I was going to save them, and then I just figured, why am I saving them? They're not even good enough to make my fourth line. So usually in this spot here where you see Conacher is base Ovi. He's an 86 overall. It's Ovechkin, obviously. And then over here, it switches off. But normally, like, Rantanen was down there, and then in this spot was, geez, who the hell did I have in there? I'm trying to forget. Oh, sometimes it's Marchand. His base card I feel like is actually pretty decent. And then I can't think of off the top of my head who the other person was. It's probably another master set icon who I think is better than St. Louis. And then Mike Pekka is just absurd. If you don't know, highest face-off rating in the game. I don't know if you can see it on the smaller screen here, but that's a 98. And I'm pretty sure you can still get this card for like 5K or less, maybe even 2K, which is it's insane. I mean, he's literally got better face-offs than the quote-unquote best card in the game with Gretzky here, being in 87 only on face-offs. He's good in the other stuff, obviously, though. So that's the first line. Defense is phenomenal also. I had Coffee forever in that top spot, but this Dahlin is far and away the best card in the classic NHL set, in my opinion. It's going to be difficult for me when I have to move EK off the first line, because that means he probably ends up getting dropped off the squad completely. I feel like this PK plays way better than people are giving him credit for. And Patrice Brisebois, which you guys are both French Canadian, you can tell me if I'm saying that wrong. He's sneaky. People don't see it. I don't have Workhorse activated with this lineup because of those two guys on the fourth line on offense, unfortunately. But when it is activated, that gives him and the Lafleur and the rest of them all +2 with Workhorse on speed, so that makes it a 96. And my team synergy is always activated, so everybody gets a +3. So Patrice is already still rocking a 97 on speed, but when that Workhorse is activated, he gets up to a 99. So I mean, he's just there to be able to get back on D, and he'll beat literally anybody back there. And I feel like the rest of his stats mean that he's somebody who I'd probably play, almost even ahead of PK later on in the year. And then I don't know why people aren't giving him as much respect as they deserve, in my opinion. And I'm not just saying this because this is my team. I'm obviously biased, but I feel like this exact card, this 86 overall Theodore, is the best the third best left-handed defender. So I mean, Dahlin and Coffey are must-haves. You got to have them on any Ultimate team. But once you have that, it's weird that he's always like Patrice. He's going to give you a ton of speed. You know, he's with the +3. That's 96 speed, and the stats are deceiving in my opinion. You know, it looks like he's kind of quote unquote only have a slap shot power of 88 and wrist shot power of 86, and accuracy just below 80. I feel like he doesn't play like that at all for me. He's totally awesome. If it wasn't for these other two, he'd easily be, you know, my first pick for a left-handed shot. I'm also messing around with goalies at the moment, again, because I got a loaner. So I'm trying out Wah and Gibson with the backup. But you can get also very cheap. The person that I normally have as my starter, who's played the most games as my starter, I think he's like an 82 or maybe even 83 overall icon, which I could just click on here and then show you, but I don't want to take too much time showing my team. Sean Burke. All right, we'll click on it because I think is he Whalers? Oh, whoops, I hit the wrong button. That was stupid. Yeah, it's Whalers, right? Yeah, Whalers. Sean Burke, 83. So I was off. It's on 82. He gives you a +1 for one-timer, which is very helpful. But it's not just that. It's that aggression tendency of 66. So if you're like me, if you want your goaltender to stay home more often, to kind of hug the pipes as much as possible, you can't go any better than this. He's got the lowest aggression, and he's 83, so the rest of his stats are not bad. You're not getting destroyed that much. You can see I'm terrible at the game, and he's 24-5 with me in online play, and I don't win online ever. And he's only given up just now over a goal a game. It was just under a goal a game when I showed this before. The save percentage is a little bit misleading. I would go with that, and when I don't have that, I'd put somebody like Bishop up there. And as you can see, I don't even have any other goalies in my entire collection because I don't feel the need to have them at the moment. But for now, it's Patrick Watt for another 2 days, I guess. That's the team. And then very key to have a gold coach, in my opinion, if you're going to do synergies. I've got Dale here for the one-timer, and I've got Fiddler for the SP. I don't have the other ones just yet. So let's get back into packs, guys, right? Let's switch to the main screen. Again, in between packs, feel free to say anything that you would like. But while I'm opening, if you wouldn't mind, I'd just like to go through and go ahead and rip those. Hopefully you got my point on this pack. I'm gonna do it for sure. So come back to the channel whenever you see. I don't know what I'm gonna say. Fantasy hockey starter pack. I'll put in the in that. Maybe I'll open it by itself. But I'm gonna wait at least 3 days until the week 2 group of cards come out, because I'm kind of assuming that all of those this week and next week's cards will be available. It just gives me more choices, number one, and then number two, most of their teams will have decided which of their prospects did or did not make the NHL team, and they don't get upgraded if they score in the AHL or any other league. It has to be NHL, the Swedish league, SHL, or Liga. If it's not in any of those 3 leagues, it doesn't count. So anyways, back to these packs. Do a little intro for anybody that comes in at this point. I didn't grab a timestamp. That was stupid of me. So here we go. NHL 20 GTO ribbon packs. Got a few people in the chat showing much love, much appreciated. Heyo kiddos. Fantasy Hockey Ultra packs. These are the odds. 100% for 74 plus. You actually guaranteed to get at least 6 of those. 80 plus 73. A third on 82s. 3.6 85. 2% for the collectibles, and less than 1% for master items. Technically about twice as good as the premiums, and as far as points and coins cost about a little bit more than twice as much, but you actually get 25 items compared to 10 there. 10 player items, 6 gold, as opposed to 4 players, 2 gold. So anyway, this is just more fun because they're only available for another 10 days. We're gonna rip these up, going through as many as we can with the points we got there. We got 12k points left to go, so a bunch left to open here. Nothing good yet though. All right, so
I get Taylor Hall in this pack.
I was about to say Jerome and Torville, if you have anything to say, you can do it, you know, at that point once the pack's open. So you open Jerome, you open one of these packs and you got Taylor Hall? Is that what you're saying? And are you talking about the 72 fantasy? If so, that is insane. I honestly, I would probably sell him because if you got him in this pack, that means he's tradable. And it's, from what I remember, I haven't looked yet today, but it was going for a lot of coins. It's a great card, but it's, I don't know, it's going for so many coins that I probably would sell mine. I don't know. I'll have to wait to see if I can get lucky enough to pull one. So I don't know if you were saying that you got one, if you got that card in opening one of these packs for over on the Xbox. 80, yeah. Honestly, the 84 is perfectly fine. I mean, admittedly, I sell that also because, as you saw from my team, I don't have room for them, and I'm not trying to hang on to cards that I don't have room for or that don't have synergies that I'll want to use later. But yeah, it's a good card. He plays well. I finished all my Draft Champions games last night. I literally passed out doing it, which is why I'm so tired today. But even when I was just picking the first card that picked up, because I didn't really care, I had the base 84 Taylor Hall on my team in Draft Champions a bunch of times, and it seemed crazy to me how well he was playing. Like, he was playing not as good, but just slightly not as good as the 91 Mario Lemieux, which is insane. Like, that's literally how good he was playing for me. I couldn't believe how often he was scoring, how often he was getting into the mix. He was getting back on both, forejack, backjack. He was playing D. Maybe it's me, I don't see him playing much defense in real life when I've seen him playing in games, but that's cool. He's got the body to do it, I guess. But yeah, as you sold it, I would sell it too, because you get a lot of coins for it. I think right now you're still getting close to 30k for it. Torville, I could maybe do something live tomorrow. I'm not going to do a pack opening tomorrow, but I will do. I don't know what time zone you are. I'll do tomorrow, basically after midnight. So meaning, like when Wednesday turns into Thursday, when the second turns into the third, like midnight Eastern time. I'll probably do a massive, like much bigger than this one. Like, I'll be doing like 1,000 of whatever these kind of packs are. I'm hoping for a new pack though. If we get a new type of pack, I'll open then. But for you, man, if you want to see what comes out of this live broadcast, this live stream will be on this channel that you're now a subscriber to. So tomorrow or whenever you have a chance, if you want to come back and check it out, you can see everything that goes after this point. Just fast forward to the 52nd, 53rd minute is where we're at right now, and you'll be able to see the rest of the other 12,000 points of what we got from those packs. But you don't have to apologize at all, man. Thanks for stopping in. Much love, much appreciated, and have a good one. But yeah, that's for anybody. Just
Thanks for the information, dude.
Yeah. No, I could barely hear, but no problem at all. That's just for anybody, just so they know. If you want to if you want to see what's in this one, or if you want to see, I've literally opened up thousands of packs so far this year, and I try to leave that descriptions proper in the
Open another pack.
in the videos, so you can go back and watch those on the channel whenever you like. But staying here while it's live is more fun. And Torville, send a comment or something on one of the channels when you get a chance later on this week. I'll hook you up with something over on the PlayStation side. See, again, Devils, you might think New Jersey, but it's silver, so it already tells you it's not. It's an 80, but it didn't pop because it was an 81 plus. There's an 80. Thank you, Jeff Carter, for proving my point. That's what happens at 81 pluses. We really want purple, though. Let's go with some purples. Punch it. That's a gold. All internationals are gold. That's good to see.
I hope to do an exchange with you someday, or maybe win a giveaway. Good live.
Did this really just happen? Did we get 71 and 7? We did. We got, that's insane. Oh, dude, you don't get jersey numbers that often. And we got 71 and 17 in the same pack. And they're the only jersey numbers that we got in this pack. That's crazy. Now, I don't know most of these guys' jersey numbers, like the players that we've got. Like, I honestly don't even know Jeff Carter's, unfortunately. That's how stupid I am or ignorant about players and their numbers. But that's crazy. That'd have been super cool if we got somebody that actually had those numbers on their sweaters. 1,000 coins doesn't do anything for the people watching, but that makes me happy. Put those up top. 403. There you go. Fucking contracts. 3 in a row. Seriously, get out of here. This isn't the consumables pack. 31. Now, I know that the inverse of that is 13. I kind of don't want a 13 jersey number to pop up, and I feel like that's not good luck for the remaining 10,900 points that we got to rip. There's another 81. Hannafin, thank you very much. No. Okay. That threw me off. I was like, was that not Minnesota Wild? It was. Hold on. Oh, oh yeah! The first card that I'm actually excited about. Duncan Keith. You guys don't know, I'm in Chicago, so it's not just that I'm excited for the game over there in Prague, which is going to be cool as hell. But I'm a Chicago boy, so I mean I can root for Flyers in other games, but I'm not rooting for them in that game, and I'm sure as shit not rooting for them now that I got this card. So the way this works is there's 3 Blackhawks players and 3 Flyers players that got released today, and whichever team wins, so Hawks or Flyers in that opening game coming up here over there in the Czech Republic in Prague, whichever team wins. All 3 of the player cards, this one included, this is so awesome. I got this. I'm super stoked. All 3 of those player cards will get a +2. So it doesn't mean a whole lot.
Montreal Canadian for the Stanley Cole Cup.
Yeah, hold on 1 second. I'm assuming that's Jerome. Let me just pop over there and see what you're saying, man. I'm super stoked, man. Montreal Canadian. Cool. Yeah, I mean the Blackhawks have no shot whatsoever. They'd be lucky if they even make the playoffs. But they're my hometown team, and this is just one game that I get to root for them in, so that I can get +2 on this. So let's see, that would turn when that goes away. That would turn this 83, which I think is his base. Or he might have got screwed this year. His base might only be an 81. He's fast, man. So yeah, this is I thought they were saying it was only an added synergy, but that looks like a boosted card. Either way, it's already an 83, and if they're able to win the game, it's a +2 for the overall, and it's a +2 for all the underlying stats. So it doesn't get too out of line, but it'll be fast, and with Workhorse it gets even faster. So I would absolutely want to boost for this. Let's see, he's left-handed though, so that means I either got to put him on. I mean that. I'm gonna play at least one game with the card. I'd be required to do that if it gets a boost. But unfortunately, it's practically impossible to crack my top 3 left-handed defenders, whether their normal position is left D or right D, doesn't matter. But he's gonna, if he gets a +2 boost, even with no other boosts, the synergies, the speed would be 94. And then with Workhorse activated, that goes to 96, and then my whole team gets a +3. He would be at 99 speed. I am absolutely going to play at least one game, if not the full 15 games on the contract. And I don't know. I guess I'll take out Shea Theodore in the third line for a few games to play around with my boy D Keith, because the rest of it will get +2 as well. So shot power gets boosted up to 84. Accuracy still sucks, 79, 76. Handles overall will go to 87, checking to 81, and defense to 84. Not the best. Durability is 84. It's okay. Poise is 84. That's okay. But that endurance could get boosted to 94. Duncan Keith is going to be sneaky good later on in the year if he gets upgrades. I'm really liking this card. Super happy to get it. And first duplicate, I guess, Foligno. I messed that up on the on the video though, because I went to go click on this to show that this is actually the Providence Bruins and not the Boston Bruins. That's why it's silver. And while I was doing that, maybe I should do that on every card, because while I was doing that, the only card that I'm excited about so far popped up. I'm super happy for this. I'll check to see how much it's selling it for, and I may think about selling, and maybe I'll watch the game, and if it's not going well, maybe I'll sell while people are still looking to buy it high, but probably not. I probably, as a Chicago boy, I think I'm obligated to hang on to that. Oh, no. Oh, crap. My whole thing's messed up here. My controller is broken, by the way, which is part of the reason why, even though I'm terrible at the game, there's not a ton of gameplay content coming from me right now. 23. Super happy for that card. If that's all I get out of the 12,000 plus points, I'm not mad. But we could do better. We could do better here. You stop giving me contracts, please. Now hold on a second. Was that 39 and 49? No, it's 30, 20. Oh, Jordan. I don't know why I didn't call that out at the beginning of the pack. They would have given me pack luck. That was stupid. Just stop with the... There we go. There's actual Bruins. Stop with the contracts. That's all I'm saying. Contracts and healing is even worse, because when I go to quick sell, it's even less money. Less coins. Olsen's literally on the Bears? Why did I not know that? I thought, did he? It's on the Hershey Bears. I thought he made it onto the team last year. So stupid I am. Anyway, nothing great there. It's fine. Still got a ton more to go here. Let's get some purple. Let's get some purple in our lives, boys. I actually like the high stepper. I put the high stepper Selly onto my Italian. And I think I put the off the back on somebody. I forget which player though. I like putting the Sellys on and then just seeing how they play in the game, because I'm not messing around in World of Chell. There's an 80, Wayne Simmons. There we... Oh, I got super excited. It's a repeat Jeff Carter. And chest pound. That chest pound seemed weird too. I don't know if I'm getting a delay on my connection again or something. Repeat Jeff Carter. So only a couple 81 pluses so far. Well, I mean a few, 3 or 4. 2 of them have been Jeff Carter. 97. Are we getting some McDavid love? Unfortunately, he's only got this base card in the game, but I could sell that. I'll take a base McDavid. I can't think of any other 97s off the top of my head as far as base cards that I'd be happy to have at the moment. We can take some icons with 97. There's Poland representing. Gold Jers. How is that a duplicate? Have I pulled that already? I wasn't paying attention. I'm not really. Honestly, I'm not watching that intently. These are all basically just trade-ins for me. And then we end with 4 consumables. Just quit. Just seriously quit with the consumables. That's all I'm asking you. I know I was complaining about bronze and silver jerseys, and I wasn't complaining about the icons because those have good quick sell value. And I will eventually need those consumables, I'm sure, but I don't right now. So, like that's annoying, but I'd rather have that. There we go. 81 plus, little ghosts. There we go. Alternate captain. I also enjoy messing around with that with my team. 44. Uh-oh. Anybody watching tomorrow on the replay? Who's the 44? Do you think that is that seriously like? Okay, so there's only 2 in a row. That's fine. Who's the 44? We got a little bit less than half
Open
the pack
in one
left.
time.
I don't know what you said. I'll check that as soon as the pack is done. What? Anybody watching tomorrow? What 44 do you think we're looking for here? It's not OEL, but we're happy to get that. Mm, 53. Consumables. Thank you. At least 1 silver. Alright, so let's see what I'm assuming. Jesus Christ. What do you stop? Yeah, my thing's all busted. Seriously, stop. Jesus. What is seriously? Come on. I wish I could like deactivate my L3 for a second so that I can not have this broken during the thing. I'm just trying to see what Jerome was trying to say to me. Open in 1 time. Yeah, I'm gonna go. I don't know if that's what you're saying, but I'm going through all 9,400 points, which I don't think that doesn't go evenly into 375. But however many it does, I'll open either a premium or a base, whatever's left with the points. But yeah, I'm trying to get through all these as quick as I can, man. So you can have something to watch right now, and people can watch something tomorrow too on the replay. That's what we're here for, just opening these packs. $51. We did. There we go. The bread man. That's I mean that has to still at least go for 5K. I'm assuming. We did not get the 50. Or I'm sorry, the 44 that we wanted last pack. Anybody think of any 51s that we could want here? Well, I will take that. It's a week late for the silver event, but I sold my other one. I was trying to get like 30K for it. I think I ended up undercutting somebody else and only getting like maybe 15K for it. Hope it still sells for much. That's well outside of the fantasy hockey cards that might go as low as yeah, because Taylor Hall is technically a 72, so that should be considered a silver card. It's probably not, but Brian Leach, Joe Sakic, and a couple others are basically the best silvers that you can get. They're 73s and they're actually pretty good. But I'm gonna sell it if it goes for anything. Let's go Sharks. Take that, Golden Knights fans. Oh, 2? We got the home and the away? Is that what just happened there? I don't know if those are new for today or... No, I think those were already in the game. That's cool though. I like that. That's fun. Now you got to give me a Sharks player. I'll take maybe, I don't know, EK65 on repeat. Philadelphia Indians is not Sharks. Now Oilers. Again, I will still take base McDavid if you want to give it to me, other than, you know, some collectibles. Or not collectibles, some consumables. Yeah, I'm actually totally fine with 1,000 coins and an alternate captain. That was not a bad pack. We got coins. We got some fun stuff that I like. We got Brian Leach and Bredman. I think that was technically the best pack, although still the Duncan Keith Global Series is for right now the best one, but it's obviously better if they win the game. We got some 12s. A lot of people have worn and still wear 12. 55 again. $95. Ruh-roh. Can definitely think of some icons that I would want with that. Not all of which are in the game yet. Maybe even ones that played for the Rangers. Not the Kitchener. Well, actually, they might have played for Kitchener Rangers, which is what this jersey is. But I was thinking the actual New York Rangers. But whatever. Otters from Erie representing. Nothing good. That's fine. Still got plenty left to go here. I mean, that's fun to get, you know, an 81 plus to start off with. Kind of sucks that nobody's paying for him at the moment, but that's fine. Apparently it's not a duplicate for me. Maybe I'll hang on to it because he actually does have some decent synergies, I think, right? Yeah.
Good night, man. I go to bed.
Are you leaving us, Jerome? Is that what's going on here? I don't know who the other person supposedly is in the chat. Good night, man. I go to bed. All right, man. As I told Torville, this will be up tomorrow. I got 8,275 more points after this pack to open up. So if you want to check this out, timestamp is about an hour and 10 in. You can see everything that you missed from going to bed. Assuming that you had subscribed to it or you have a link to it that you can check it out or whatever. But thanks for stopping in. Much appreciated. I do live stuff as often as I can, so I'll probably do I might even do another live one like later tonight that's not pack openings, and again tomorrow. But I'm going to do a massive pack opening like by the end of the week. It depends. I'm hoping for packs that aren't these packs in the store like by Friday. That's what I'm hoping for. I was kind of hoping we'd have new ones today and they're not out. So that's why I'm only doing these for today. But yeah, I'll have other stuff like in a couple days or end of the week. If by the weekend, if there aren't any new packs in store, I'll just rip a bunch of these or whatever they've got. Honestly, I'll rip a ton of anything. I don't even care. So yeah, thanks for stopping by, man. Much appreciated. Much love. Have a great night. Whoever the other supposedly one other person is in the room that has not talked ever, feel free to chime in whenever you like. Gold Leafs jersey and a 19 jersey number. How is that? I haven't seen that, but whatever. Repeat. Should probably jump off the mic since I'm by myself at this point. Oh my God, the delay, it got me. Got me, boys. I mean, I'll take it. I sold my last Pavelski. Or he's chilling and it's not showing as a duplicate because he's chilling over in the trade-in set for the collectibles, which I don't look to do a ton of. It's one of those two, or both, maybe even, because I had a bunch of them. And I actually do like having him as a right-handed forward when I'm looking to activate Hold the Blue line for my Carlson card. Because you only need 3 players to do that. So it's actually a pretty good card, in my opinion, to do that with. But still, I mean, I'm honestly more excited for the 750 coins. But who knows? Maybe I'll hang on to it. Blue Jackets bucket, if anybody wants that tomorrow. Absolutely the wrong Carlson. I could think of, off the top of my head, like 3 other Carlsons that I would generally want more than that, but it's tradable. They go into sets all the same. unless it's obviously again EK65, which I've asked for about 7 times already. So I guess that's I've already jinxed myself of not getting that. Rockford Ice Hogs representing. Ooh, the delay got me again. It's throwing me off. How about let's make it fun, man. Let's get our coins up to 420. Make it a fun number. I was gonna say, should I jump off the mic? Am I gonna be annoying for people on the replay tomorrow? But I mean, you saw me get super stoked about super stoked about an 82, 83 overall Duncan Keith. So, you know, if I get something, you know, better, you're gonna hear from me. 77. And Oceanic. Do we see an Oceanic Crosby in our future? He does not wear 77, and his rating is 87, so it doesn't really fit in with the jersey number, but fits in with the jersey. $75. An 81 with Galchenyuk. I kind of want the jersey number 76 more than anything else for the rest of this pack now, just to say that happened in one pack. But yeah, obviously Oceanic Crosby will more than take and immediately sell. Unleash. Fun. With four out of the final 6 being collectibles. Why do I keep saying that? Consumables, contracts, stuff we don't need at the moment, stuff that I give to others for free or quick sell generally. There we go. That is not that is not the DCAT that we wanted. For getting greedy of trying to get another Global Series card. And spoiler alert, those are the only 3 from the Blackhawks, DeBrincat, Keith, and Crawford. And I, like, not trying to talk shade on Crawford, but I assume, I don't know why it wouldn't happen this way any other way, but I assume that his card would get the boost same as DeBrincat and Keith, even if he, doesn't finish the game, doesn't play in the game, and they get the win. Technically slated to start, but and I assume that it's like every other pack that I've ever opened in my life, that now that I've opened that to DeBrincat, I can't get another one of any other type in this pack, but we still got 7,500 points. I'm living the dream. We can make it happen. Who is that? Dude, I do not know who you are. Let me see how old he is. Okay, he's 27. And he's got 1 for SP. And he's got size. And he's not that slow for being slow, for being 78. Still pretty slow, but well, I guess that's no love for recent Kings. That makes me ignorant towards who he is. I mean, I learned more about Iafallo last year in 19, having his free agency card, which I think was a 98 overall. 34. AM 34. Team of the week. AM 34. I mean, I'm absolutely the main one that I would want from that. Off the top of my head, I can't think of anything better. Mostly because I don't know people's jersey numbers. Make some noise and some coins for the team of the week, Austin Matthews. We need a little Pablo in our lives. Let's go. And it blew off. I was about to say another Flyers jersey. That's, I think, 6 so far. I'm not actually keeping track. I'm just making that up based off of how many I feel like I've seen. 17, which is like probably, I was gonna say probably close to Sean's age, plus 3, I guess. 4058, getting closer to my desired amounts. 420. Obviously, I could quick sell some of this stuff to get up there. I don't want to do that though. Swift Current Broncos and Rangers. I was gonna say definitely, and a repeat of Czech. One of 2 international jerseys that I like to rock occasionally. So I don't know. I guess I'd have to sell that or put that into the trade-in set. But spoiler alert, that is one of my 2 heritages, ethnicities. Whatever. The other one I don't know. I don't think is even in the game. But yeah, so. Okay. Gulf Storm and then the Sabres. 18. And as I said, nothing jumping out for me because I don't actually know people's jersey numbers unless it's like super obvious, and usually like is part of how people refer to them as. Like EK65. Like I actually am a fan of Evander Kane. Not a very good take for NHL fans at the moment with the suspension for his activities in his last game of the preseason. But I actually do like Evander Kane, who also is on the Sharks with Carlson as the EK65. If you don't know, I don't know how you would find this and not know that. But I don't remember Kane's jersey number, to be honest. But I'm a fan. 78. Okay, I thought that dude's name was Wiener, and that was right after Uyghur. And the one before that doesn't make that any more fun, but that looked like it was possibly a Max Uyghur Wiener. Not exactly, but they are doing some Snow Angels now for the Sudbury Wolves. And then, no joke, and then a Magwood. Absolutely Magwood. Bring it with your rocket, bro. Bring it. Oh, jeez. Terrible. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, dude. The mic, dude. The mic literally fell out. JVR. Ruh-roh. Before we even finish the pack, oh no. He's got X Factor. Oh no, and I need a plus 2 out of this to make it worthwhile. All right, so I guess I'm still gonna, unless I don't even know who the other 2. I wasn't paying attention to the other 2 flyers that they put out. I'm kind of hoping it's not their goaltender like it is with the Hawks, even though I don't know, a super boosted goaltender would actually be pretty sweet at this point in the game, just not end game. But JVR, man, got the size, left-handed shot. Again, at the moment, I could absolutely slot him in 4th line, and he wouldn't be the worst. But you give me plus 2 on all those, suddenly his speed is up to par. Makes the endurance doable at 89 instead of 87. And then, again, with that size, bringing the balance up to 92. Durability is garbage. Poise is terrible. And so I guess he's actually not really getting back on the body defensively. Oh no, that's an 8. My bad. Yeah, so he's got 82 strength, 77 body checking. So could do a little bit there. And it's fun to have the extra synergy with the Magician, even though, to be fair, the Magician doesn't do a whole lot even when activated for those players. But it'd be I mean, it might, I don't know if it's the only card that has those exact +1 synergies. Actually, could be. It's the only one I've seen, and definitely the only one that I have in my collection, because this is in my collection at the moment. Even though I will absolutely go look at what both of my Global Series cards are going for on the market as soon as I'm done with this broadcast, probably, if I can remember. However, not a bad consolation if Philly rips my hometown team over there in Prague. Even if I put a Czech Republic jersey on the game and on my person in real life during the game, and my Hawks go down and my Duncan Keith doesn't get that +2 that I feel like I need to even put him on for 15 games with how good my left-handed defensemen are. But this card, I kind of don't want to jinx it, especially having X Factor. I could slot him in for a few games in the fourth line on the right side, but I'd rather have him +2 to do that with. So it's a nice consolation if my Hawks get ripped. We've got a flyer. I don't know who the other two are. I kind of wouldn't be super stoked to have like a Carter Hart, considering the dude's already got a 90 in the game. But whatever. I will take any and all Global Series cards. I will take any and all cards that go for tons of coins at the moment, such as an Oceanic Crosby. I mean, hell, I will take a base Crosby. That goes for enough as it is. I'm waiting for multiple upgrades out of Crosby and a few others, so that, for instance, say that he gets 2 different +2s, so effectively a +4 or more, and he will. So once that happens, I would then look to maybe buy the +2, assuming that it has something that's workable as far as synergies go. I don't really want the base card, and I'd rather have the coins. It's my own personal opinion. I know it's not a popular one. Did Byram still hasn't gotten... I mean, I know he's brand new, but I kind of felt like would have followed the Dahlin path of defenders just like immediately jumping up. But I mean, that makes sense. I guess I wasn't paying a whole lot of attention of if he had any shot. Of even getting WHL Hurricanes, you bastards. 500 coins though. Mike Green. Panthers bucket for the goalie. That's Quebec. I believe our French Canadians were... Well, Jerome certainly seemed like he was hard up for the Montreal Canadiens. So I'm guessing that he's... I think he was saying he was in Montreal. And not the correct Taves on the Islanders. But I don't think either one of them were out of Quebec. 22... Again, I know no one's jersey numbers, but I could think of 122 icon off the top of my head. Healing, get out of here, Healing. There's the wrong Cal Peterson. You gotta give us one fantasy card. That's my requirement. Okay, in this pack, the next 50 points that we got, you gotta give us one fantasy card. And it can be one of these prospects who is currently not even in the NHL. It's fine. We'll take that. But you gotta give us something. Something for the kids tomorrow. The Global Series were fun. I appreciate them. I'm glad to have him. Got to give something to the people watching on replay. I have not seen that. I didn't even see that over in. I thought I tried to do a very quick breeze through. Not technically in World of Chell, but I created a player for Be a Pro and then played the few playoff games that you can play before jumping into the draft, and I got drafted first overall, and so in that process is when I went through the list of celebrations, partially to try to figure out if I could, without even having the players or playing any games with them, if I could figure out who does and does not have celebrations. I had actually given my McDavid the geez, which one was it? Oh, the autograph celly. I thought it was really funny because I'm weird like that, but I feel like, you know, everywhere he goes, every game that he has to go to, it's just like he's just constantly just having to give autos. So I thought that was kind of funny, that especially because he was my first line right winger at the time, and he's only dropped down to the second line at this point. So he's still in there, he's still mixing it up, still scoring quite a bit, still getting active. But he's back on the team. I forget what happened. I don't think I sold him, but I don't know what happened, but the celly went away. So now I see his regular celebration, which is this, hard to see from the picture, but I guess it's, you know, what he does, so it's cool. So I can't imagine wanting to put that celebration on another player on my team while I have McDavid, unless I was going to do something weird with, like, you know, like one of his rivals or something that I would then also think is funny, when it's probably not. Hubel. I feel like I should maybe like hang on to my Tri-City Americans players, because that is one of the other logos and jerseys that I've rolled with. It was actually the first. I think it was the first one that either the first one or the second one that I went with at the beginning of the year. I'm now using different ones, but I kept the Americans ones in case you want to go back to it. Oh, and then the 88. Good thing you gave that to me at the end of the pack game, because clearly we can think of lots and lots, plenty of which are not even released in the game yet, as far as old timers. Plenty of 88s that we could think of. That's the Portland Winterhawks, not the Blackhawks, for anybody that was not watching the bottom part of that card. And then a former Blackhawk. He would have never obviously been on the Winterhawks, though, Marinosa. And I'm going to try to pay attention to see if he plays this year. Only NHL play, only current, assuming that he's still playing this year, only current NHL player that I've not only met, but like met more than just like you know, while they're walking out of a tunnel, like, hey, what's up, and they like look up, like, it was more than that. But super cool dude, in my opinion. Obviously very very sad for me at first when it was wrong Shen, but we'll take it. Sad for me at first when they had to use the whole line of the official term for the jersey itch, for his rationale of why he had to retire. But we were all and I had met him way before that, so I didn't have obviously I didn't talk to him about that, because that happened after the one time I ever met him. But just in general as a Hawks fan and as a player that I felt like did a lot for us when he was here, was kind of sad to see that was happening. But they kind of on the low had said, well, but he's still going to play. We're doing this so that he can continue to play. Marcus Kruger, also former Blackhawk, but I could basically do that in every single pack, point out people that have played for the team and don't anymore. So that whole thing was what we were told was basic here locally, at least we were told was being done so that he'd have a chance to continue playing somewhere else after kind of what do you call it? Not renegotiating, but just like establishing a new contract, basically. So I will make a point of, even if it's like on replay on YouTube or some crap like that, I will make a point of trying to watch at least one of, say, the first 10 or so Yotes games to see if Post is playing. I mean, first, obviously, before wasting my time like that, I will check the roster to make sure that he's actually on it. But then, assuming he is, because I also want to see how Philly Kessel's going to do down there. That's the correct Shen. Thank you very much for the blow up of 81 plus. Seems like Philly and the team said, yep, 3 in a row. I was gonna call it before it came out. Please don't give me 4 in a row. Thank you. 80 plus. Thank you. Seems like Philly and the boys are ripping it up there. Down in Zona, the Yotes. I can't get behind them, but I like Kessel. And I really want Hossa to have an enjoyable end to his career. But same as I'm, supporting Yager. There you go, a special card that goes for nothing. I can't even sell this thing for 1,000 coins. It's so sad. I got 7 of them, maybe 6. So this is either the 6th or 7th one that I have of this. It's not showing as a duplicate because it's in my inbox where I hide all my special cards that I don't want to get auto-filled into sets, because I am all about optimal game theory. So you're not here for that today, you're here for pack openings, but during one of my game theory sessions I can talk about that. I think it's definitely optimal to do that, but I'm biased because it's what I'm doing. So clearly I'm going to think that it's the right thing to do. But yeah, super stoked. And I already mentioned that I'm half Czech, which sounds like I'm saying something different. I'm half, whatever. I'm Czech. So the fact that Yager has represented the international team in international play, he's one of the few people that's still playing professional hockey that's actually older than me. After my too old to publicly admit the number birthday that happened in the last couple weeks. So absolutely supporting Yager. If I could find a way to another Flames jersey, we got a ton of those. In Aho on the Sound Tigers, I don't know. I guess I don't get this, like, is he not produced? Is that what the deal is? I kind of feel like I don't know. I mean, I'm not a GM, so I'm not even trying to Monday morning quarterback that kind of stuff. But I mean, I did basically just say that I'm not really understanding why he's not getting time up in the league. But yeah, so I mean, if it's a thing of like, because he's still young, youngish, right? So is it just, you know, being able to get more ice time down there compared to what he'd see on? I honestly don't even know. I remember who he played for last year, but I don't know enough to know, because I'm an idiot. I don't know enough to know which affiliate the Sound Tigers even are. So I don't know which team is choosing to not play him. But I don't know, is what it is. So there's another Americans, however, that if you can see from the bigger screen here, this is the man. Don't talk about stuff that you weren't planning on talking about because you can't do it properly. This is the other Americans. This is the what is it? I don't know. In my head, for some reason, I'm thinking Adirondack, and that's not right at all. It's I don't know. It's not, but the other one's Tri-City. That's the one that I like. I prefer that, the way that logo looks. Obviously, Lucas, aka Don't Be Sod 20, formerly hometown Chicago boy, totally just leaving us all in the dust and moving elsewhere. We get it though, man. We get it. He's rocking that this year. I don't know if he's been doing that, and if he did it even last year. So if I was biting his style, doing that myself at the beginning of the year in this channel that no one watches, but that I send out little pics and stuff on Twitter that some people notice. I didn't mean to make that sound as if I was important at all. I just meant that I do stuff like this that on the replay, when you see this tomorrow, if it's got no views, 1 view, 2 views, whatever, I know nobody's here. I get it, but for whatever reason, if I just if I went like this and took a little snapshot, this picture, this card, which there's no reason to do that at all, unless I was able to, send a mention to this exact person, that'd probably be the only reason why I would actually do that. But some of my stuff gets views. Today was not. Don't give me. Okay, thank you. Slovakia. Repeat from earlier in the broadcast. It just didn't want 3 contracts in a row. Need a refill anyways, so I'm gonna ruin before we get to the end of the pack. It's good luck though. You guys don't know. It's good luck to do stuff that's not pack related in the middle of packs, and the rest of the pack is awesome. But yeah, today, if we can kind of go the opposite of quoting Ice Cube, today was not a good day. In real life, it was perfectly fine. Today, it was actually an awesome day in real life. Now that I'm being totally honest, didn't have a great start to it because I'm an idiot. But yeah, today was awesome, absolutely awesome. Nobody cares, so I'm just trying to think of if there's anything that I could even mention from it that anybody would even not even care, but even listen to for half a second and be like, oh, that's a thing. I've mentioned 45 times I think already in this hour and a half that I'm born and bred, still living in the Chicagoland area, Chicago boy. So for those that don't know, in our history, we were known. People, I think nowadays think more in terms of pizza and a specific style, mostly referred to as deep dish for Chicago. But we were known and had a big part of our history were the yards and the back of the yards, the stock yards, meat packing. So lots and lots of cows for that time of that point in history were here. So even for a person like myself, who I'm not 100 years old yet, hoping that I can get there, it'll be fun. Being able to say kind of the same sort of stupid shit that I'm saying during this broadcast, which is public technically, but publicly just walking down the street saying this kind of stuff, and nobody's saying anything because you're 100. It's yeah, just let them do it. It's fine. But point is, I'm one of those that takes a lot of pride in specifically our steaks. Even though obviously things have changed, so it's not exactly what it was, and it's not that hard for it to be good from other places. And even if we eat something here, it doesn't necessarily have to have come from the exact place. Anyway, the point is, part of my amazing day that could technically happen any day here, I had one of the best steaks, and I'll be specific just so that people that hear this and they're thinking of the steak, the type of steak, the cut that they like, I'll just be like, nah, I'm not into your thing, I'm into my thing. My thing is filet mignon. I'll put my pinkies up on that. I'm fancy. No, I'm not fancy, but most dudes, whether they used to be into filet mignons or just fillets, earlier in their lives, as they got older, had to man up, had to do the whole family thing. Whether that's, doesn't even matter what their partner is. Doesn't matter if it's female, male, non-binary. I don't know what other choices we want to go with outside of those three. No matter what their partner is, doing the whole family thing, gotta rock it out, gotta protect. Suddenly they're into other cuts to the steak. Suddenly the filet ain't rocking it for them anymore. I don't know why. I kind of know why, but my point is, it's the best. So I had one today, and that's my choice if I can have a choice of a cut, and I get them pretty regularly. I'm not saying like I'm living off of them. That's absurd. But you can get them any day here. But today's place I got it from, place I ate it at. If I was a an even somewhat public persona, as opposed to basically anonymous, but unfortunately giving away way too much personal info of late. It's one of the best steaks that I have ever had in my entire life. And I'll just say, my age has a 3 at the start of it. Another Sound Tiger, not exactly Sebastian Aho in my opinion, but and also not exactly the goalie named Gibson that you'd want to rock with if you were paying any attention to my team reveal for the two guys that were in the chat earlier in this replay, when it was a broadcast, which it is for me presently while I'm talking, because I don't have the ability to go back and edit very much at the moment, which sucks for me. Not the Gibson goalie that you want, but I'll take it. Still got trading value. What was I? Oh, I was just saying that there was my age has a 3 at the beginning of it. That's all I'm saying. So at least 3 decades, even though the first one you can just toss away, right? By the time you're 10, what have you done? Nothing. But still, I still had steaks before I was 10. So at least 3 decades of is it? Oh, thank you for the Gergensons. It was bad enough having 3 out of 4, and then technically 3 out of the last 5. We did not want to end with 3 in a row and 4 out of 5. That'd have been no bueno. But yeah, so I've had my fair share. There we go. Landeskog. I mean, it's a base card. I'll snap it anyways, but it's like I can't even really send this to Landeskog. So it's not really that funny. I mean, it'd be kind of like getting a base sod and sending it to Lucas. But I mean, the fact that it was the first one, and honestly, I could do this with this one and send it to Thrasher, which, on the off chance that he or someone that knows him hears this, I hope whatever your thing was today, bro, that you posted about today, I don't know. I don't have any details. So I hope all is well. So there's Tim Heat for you, buddy. I think I said Kyra and well, I said it like 3 different ways last year. Kyra and Kara. And then when I finally found out this year that he's actually on the Oilers, which I mean I think I found that out towards the end of the year last year. But dude, this was one of my first free agency cards in 19, and it took a very long time because they're showing him as a center, which matters a lot more this year that he's a forward. But last year, like I was tossing him back on D lines, even after my team got amazing. You can't really see it from those stats, but I mean, just imagine that card was a 93. So what? We're adding 15 to this. You know, that's obviously maxing out, well, almost maxing out all the skate stats. Not quite on endurance. And then a little shy on maxing out the shot power, and then the accuracy is weak, and that's kind of what his card was. He was basically max skate and shot power, and then accuracy was a bit lacking. And he's 6'4", 214, and again, just that card, the free agency card last year. I've not played a single game with this year's base card, and I probably should have, but technically all my play in 19 was on different channels than this one, so there's kind of no crossover effect on that at all. But you see, like even on this 78 base card, 81 strength, 80 body checking, it's not just the fact that he could absolutely blast it, and if you're like me and you're playing him on D, you know, then he's doing it, you know, immediately bringing it into the zone and from the slot, and then the D to D one-timers and the back to D one-timers and all that fun stuff. But he had the speed to get back, first of all, and then he could just lay people the F out, man. 6'4", 214, absolutely, in my humble but very, I guess biased, but very, like, based on actual gameplay from last year, opinion. He absolutely played bigger than that. Hey, so this is for who is this? And was it really this card? Because how did I not notice that it was a backup goalie on the Lightning? I feel like this was oh dude, I don't even know your name, man, but I feel like it was one of the Twitch streams that I got was part of a raid / host / pass. I got kind of passed into. I don't think I recall the dude's name, and I believe I felt like this was because he opened one pack, like a 75, like one of the premiums, like a 7,500 coin pack, and he spent coins on it. So this might have been like his best pull. But the only reason why I remember this is because no, I'm wrong. This isn't it. But this feels like it's it because it kind of has the same sort of end. What it was and it wasn't his card. He pulled a rod. I can't even say it. A Rodriguez, meaning like this, like GUE. So there's no S, there was no Z at the end of it, and Domingue obviously makes a lot more sense, especially because his first name is probably Louis as opposed to Louis. So he's probably French Canadian. Is your nationality Canada? Well, went out on a limb on that one. So this was not the card that I was thinking of, and I couldn't even remember the dude's name whose stream I saw that in. I thought it was pretty funny though, that he was Yellowhorn, and he's this is my team, and I'm not alone in this, unfortunately. And people did it last year, and I saw them do it. But I wasn't trying to bite that. But yeah, I'm seeing way too many people, whether it's just posting pics or posting stuff from gameplay. It seems like everyone is if they are choosing a jersey, they're choosing the Graz 99ers. Supposedly, along with my Blackhawks and a couple of others that I mean, I don't really feel the need to have Blackhawks jerseys. They gave them to me in the game because I decided to go ahead and select them as my favorite team when I was starting up this game again this year, even realizing like that I may have been better off choosing another team. I think there was something about that. I don't know if it was like the hometown hero thing or whatever. Or no, like yeah, I think they called it the hometown hero starter pack. I felt like I'd seen before I opened mine, I'd seen at least one or two people open theirs on edited YouTube videos, and I could have sworn, maybe I'm way off on this, but I could have sworn that a little bit more of the content that they got in their starter packs, I don't know what it's called, hometown something, hometown heroes starter packs, it didn't include the actual hometown hero that I think I mentioned earlier when I pulled his base card up. I chose Luke Glendening. I felt like it was a good choice at the time. Obviously now with Mike Peca rounding out my fourth line right on the center position, even though Glendening is a winger. Part of the reason why I chose him was with the face-offs. All hometown heroes got their +1 boosts today, basically 5 p.m. Eastern time, server reset. I saw people complaining that they hadn't gotten theirs. I was late to checking in on stuff. When I did check, mine had received mine. Mine is the Luke Glendenings, who, like everyone else, his 83 is now an 84. Difference is, and one of 3 reasons why I chose it specifically was because how early in the game his face-offs not only max out, but just get up there. Today, with the +1 boost, he's already a 95. And that +1 also adds quite a bit, in my opinion, to the rest of the stuff, especially considering that he's one of the players in which the 83, the hometown hero, gave, I think, like a +2. I know I already pulled the Glendening, so you can just go back and look if you really care and don't have any other way of finding out. Just scroll back like half an hour, maybe, I don't know, or less. It'll be there. Maybe I'll pull another one and I'll show it like this for 2 seconds. But I think the 83 was +2 from his base. So then getting another +1 today was helpful, and I would maybe consider dropping him in there soon. And I mean, it's like November 1st, man. 96 on face-offs. I'm really hoping to have basically all my synergies rocking at that point. So finally getting the end game synergy of For the Boys, giving that boost to face-offs and endurance, super important end game. Mostly more so for endurance and durability and poise, but doesn't hurt to get the boost on face-offs across the board for anybody taking face-offs. I can't even say just centers in this game, because way more often than I'd like, my wingers are getting into the mix on special teams after I take a bad penalty with one of my centermen. And I don't know how to control that, if you can control that, but I don't know how to control it. So it is what it is. But how did I get in? I don't know how I got into all that. I think so the Hometown Heroes starter pack, if we can go back to September 10th for most of us, and September 13th for everyone else, I believe, or thereafter for the person that got it today, whose channel I was, or whose Twitch channel stream I was in earlier. Shout out to I don't know what other name you go by, but pass the beer. Welcome to 20. You did a lot more streaming in 19 than I did, so good luck on 20. But yeah, that starter pack, I felt like a lot of the content that I saw everyone else opening, such as the individual who is a homer for his Detroit Red Wings, it felt like almost everything that he got in his pack were Red Wings players and other content. The jerseys for sure untradeable, and the icon untradeable, and stuff like that. So I think he got, I mean, let's toss a little shade towards the Red Wings, even though I just talked about how much I like Glendening on the hometown hero choice, which was separate from that pack. Yeah, you can't base cards. There basically isn't a good Red Wings player. The hometown hero Glendening from the jump was at 83, was the second highest overall on the entire team. So yeah, there really aren't good ones. But he had something, I don't even know what it was, but he got some sort of player card for the Red Wings that made me think like, oh, okay, so that's what you're going to get. And so I was definitely considering trying to think about some other teams of being like, hey, maybe if I choose Tampa Bay, I can get a Kucherov. If I choose Penguins, like so many people, Crosby. If I choose Oilers, like plenty of people will, maybe I can get a McDavid. Obviously, all those thoughts were stupid, and that's not how it works. But I would have at least had their base standard jerseys and icon in an untradeable format. Not that I need or want any of those things, but I chose the Hawks. So now that I'm done with all my draft champions games, I don't have to deal with that anymore. But every draft champion game that I go into, I play as the Hawks with the Hawks jersey in the at the United Center in their hometown stadium. That's all fine and good and well and whatever, but I would prefer other stuff. So I actually play presently as these guys, the Graz 99ers. I'm probably saying that improperly, but they have two additional jerseys added today that I have not checked out because I'm kind of concerned that I will like them better. I have all 4 of the ones that were in the game before today, as well as obviously the icon. So the 2 of the 4, both home and away, that I just the dark one is the one that he's got on there, is the one that I like the best of the 4 that were out. So I'm kind of concerned just generally that there's going to be 2 more out there and that I'm not going to be the only one going after them if I do go after them. And on top of that, if I like them that much more than the 2 that I am rocking. I think we have 10 more of these packs. These are 375, right? I'm just now looking up at that. So 3775, we're gonna have, that's weird. We're gonna have 25 points left over. We can't get anything with that, which sucks. But yeah, I should maybe try to hang on to as many 99ers players as I can, just to play at least one game or something with them. Because I want to do it like for HUD. I don't want to do like I'm assuming you can play with other leagues in franchise mode and stuff like that, or at least some form of seasons. I don't know what they're calling it this year. That's like franchise but shorter time frames or whatever. But I'd rather have some sort of like HUT series where it's me actually playing with the 99ers instead of just biting their logo in jerseys. Moving on with the rest of the pack, and then apparently 10 more to go after that. We got an ass hat in here. It's always fun. This is the team, by the way, Pleasant. So I'm gonna have to look this up. I haven't done it yet. I've been not able to focus on that kind of stuff. And it just so happens that he is also Czech Republic. He also got one of the very first, I think the first week, or even the first release of Prime Times, he got one. So that was probably, I'm assuming, a 77. But I believe, right, that this is Jágr's current team. It's super hard for me to pay attention to that kind of stuff outside of the game, outside of this game. But much like I was able to rip a bunch of Verlundian Indian games, both current and some past ones, when not just Dahlin but plenty of other really great players played for that team over the years. Was able to rip some of those games like quote unquote live through PlayStation View on the Comcast on NESN, which because the guy when they're doing the local games, which were the Bruins, the announcer, who, my apologies to literally everyone in Boston, I'm very sorry about this. I didn't watch any Bruins games that were like from your TV production perspective. I don't know how to say that. So I know that dude is awesome, and is if he's not a Hall of Famer, on commentating alone, he like ought to be. He's that great. So it's super fun for me to watch those games, listening to him and his partner. I think they're both very good. And I don't get too much into, who is and is not great on commentators, because we're super spoiled here in Chicago. We don't have Doc and Ed, so like this game had for the last 4 or 5 years until this year, but we do have Edzo and Hall of Famer on as a commentator, Pat Foley, who I have something that I have to read about, I guess, an incident with him that he apologized for. I don't have an opinion on it, luckily for everyone that's listening, just because I haven't actually read what happened yet. But we're kind of spoiled in that sense. We get great people to do basically everything for almost all of our sports. So whether it's PA announcers, play-by-play, color, people to do the singers, the guys that do the anthem. The Cubs, even before winning the World Series, for years had an amazing, one of the best other people like I think LA for a lot of years had somebody who's really good, and it's out of style nowadays, obviously, even for the Cubs, who don't focus on it exclusively, but for years had just one of the best organists in the world at every game for like what felt like to me that he'd been there for half a century. So they still have the organ, and they also have their DJ is I don't want to speak too. Anyways, the DJ for them, that I don't know if he's still doing this year's games. Based on the contract that he got, I had to assume he was still there this year, and maybe even into next year at a minimum. May look to move on. I don't know, because I've never been to a New England Patriots game is it still called Gillette? I don't even know if it's even still called Gillette. That's how little. I mean, I need to pay more attention to this shit if I'm gonna actually say it publicly like this. But I've not been to I haven't been to Boston, unfortunately. So I've not been to a Patriots game, home game, live. I've seen them play here. Like, I don't know. There was a game that they played versus the Bears. I don't know, like kind of early in the year in 1986. Like early in the not early in the season, but like early in the actual calendar year of 1986. Like say like like late January. Kind of an important game. Kind of got wrecked. Kind of one of the biggest point differentials in a game ever, but not their fault. They went up against possibly the best team that has ever been assembled in the NFL. That then couldn't even make the playoffs the year after that. So all of that, I believe, was just me talking about how we are super blessed to have really key people. And the reason why I talk about the Patriots is because the DJ for the Cubs is also he is also Jesus. When I'm not planning on talking about stuff, I was gonna say what it could be like, and that'd be insensitive, but my brain just goes to mush. Sorry, let me literally close my eyes. It's so sad that I have to actually think about this for half a second. I can't get the word grunt out of my mind. Dude, everyone knows who I'm talking about. The tight end, one of the greatest tight ends ever, awesome for the Patriots. Gruszczyk, what the fuck is your name, dude? It's with a G and it's not grunt, but it's close enough to that I can't get grunt out of my head. Now I'm fixated on it, so I'm not gonna be able to figure it out. But he's the DJ for the Cubs, is also the personal DJ for that guy, and he does his boat tours and all that stuff. That wasn't a good story. I don't know why I took 5 minutes to get that off. Yeah, we got 10 more of these, and then we'll have a few extra points that we can't do anything with now, but I will go ahead and use. There we go. Special card. Already have a bunch. Can't sell them for anything. It's fine though. We'll take it. Something for the Chan tomorrow. After listening to my 5-long-hour story about Gronk, whose name I couldn't even remember, and it wasn't even a good story. Like, objectively, was a terrible story. Wasn't even well told. An 80. That's why it didn't pop. It was like, not even popping on the 81s? What's going on here? There we go. PLD on the 82. Could potentially not be the best Forsberg to get. That's fine. And then, dude, it paused. I thought that was going to be a popper. Winterhawks goalie. Yeah, I don't feel like I have to backfill my squad with as long as it's actually the because it's I think that's the Portland Winterhawks. Why am I messing that up? I don't know why I'm messing stuff up now. I need sleep. What time is it? Let me check my time. Oh, that's why. It's almost tomorrow. 10 minutes away from tomorrow. Gwynny Gwynn's actual... Is that new today? I feel like I haven't seen that. Or if I did see it, I wasn't paying that much attention. I will take all of the gold jerseys that you want to give me. And now a repeat of Marcus Kruger. Pointed that out earlier. Another for London Indians. And not the correct Hurricanes on repeat. Duplicate OHL. That is a bronzer. 25 of those bad boys will get you this sweet pack right here. Basically also a guarantee of a gold player, same as you get here, but technically we're getting guarantees of 6 gold players on these. I'm not really paying that much attention to them, to be honest, because unfortunately most 74 through 82s are just trade-ins or quick sells. Dude, I thought that was going to pop. I don't know what's going on with my lag here, but it is messing with me for sure. Greyhounds representing. Repeat on Peary. Repeat there too, apparently. And the 67s. Which I don't know if you want to have fun with a team that's a number and you don't want to do 99s like all the rest of us. Can have fun with the 67s. Not the James Neal we wanted. I guess sometimes you get the one that you need and not the one that you want, right? And now it's jinxed, and now we got 9 more packs after this, right? So, I mean, we have to have. I mean, how many did I even pull? Like 30 of these things? Was it 35, 40, something like there? You gotta have one fantasy card to give me in this, right? But I mean, if you're gonna give me one, then I have my choice. It might seem like an odd choice, but I don't know. For some reason, I feel like I feel like he could kind of sneakily, which is, I mean, I don't know how you sneak anything at 32 years old, but in hockey as a power forward, go over to No Sleeves 12's channel talking about power forwards decline at the earlier in their end of their careers than any other play type, which I think I'd have to agree with. But still, 20 if the base fantasy card is a 79, and it might even not be. It might even be as high as like an 80 something, like an 82 or something. So however much they need for him to get his fantasy up to 99, I think he could do, because I think he could probably do 20, to be honest. He's not going to put up 20 early in the year. But I mean, you see that these are his underlying stats, like every other base card out there. The skate stats get maxed out pretty quickly, as does eventually the shot power, but the accuracy is not there for a forward, and you really need that, and the rest of the stuff is kind of lacking as well. But if you add, like, you know, say plus 13, 14, 15 to this, or at least plus 12, it can make a squad. So I'm not saying it's the number one fantasy card that I would want, because I just want one of any type, and whatever the worst one is, absolutely give it to me, and I will be happy. That freaked me out. I thought I was getting something cool. Repeat Braden Shen, thank you for that. But yeah, those are the things that I will take, and I can just, you know, I still have 1,400 points as well as 70k coins. I can just do this and get a guarantee of a prospect. But if you're here 2 hours ago, you heard me explain to my two French Canadians that joined the chat why I'm not doing that for them right now, even though they asked. And generally I do what the chat asks, because, you know, there's nobody here usually. Meaning, like, usually there's a couple of people and that's it, as opposed to now when there's actually nobody here. So yeah, normally I like to do what they ask me. I showed the team when they asked that, did that in a heartbeat. Obviously that just took a little time and didn't require anything of me to do. Sweet icon, man. Nice trade-in. That's 160, I think, those trade-in points. All right, so is that? Well, I don't want to. Would I go from de-jinxing to unjinxing? Was very much enjoying the Call Toronto Selly from Austin Matthews in NHL 19. In his, is it a free agency card? If it was a free agency card, it was boosted. And yes, we did just get Wood. We got Magwood earlier though, so that was kind of better. Obviously Max Wood or something like that would. Oh, man, I mean, it's cool, Nugent Hopkins, you're all fun and stuff, but Rebels, Contra. Get him at the pause. What? I don't have anything on. I have stuff that's not up and running, but I shouldn't really be killing the connection. I'm like physically looking at stuff now, and my connections are all fine. I feel like I'm getting lag here, and the lag made me think that I was getting something cool, like, I don't know, a master icon. Red Wings Jers. And admittedly, one of the best things in the pack, there's 750 coins. Really struggling to get up to that 420. Again, could very easily do it with quick sells. Kind of don't want to. Although I am bitching enough about these contracts, and we haven't had. I'm gonna jinx it. We're gonna get a bunch now. We haven't been getting as many healing cards, and I was expecting one there because I was seeing it. But I could just quick sell those, I guess. And there we go. 64 contract, and then we could get up to 420 a lot quicker that way. 97 again. You didn't give it to me last time. Half the pack left to go. And if Crawl from the Chiefs is a 97, I don't know. 750 coins. Ducks Gold Jers. Marley's representing. Phantom's representing. 500 coins. I was almost going to say this. We haven't had this yet. Granted, it's only 1250 total, quote unquote, only. But it's, even in smaller packs than this, it's not implausible to get two different coins cards. And I love me some coins. Again, especially because I really want to finish this up at 420, 420 plus. And that's going to be tough to do. Henrique. representing Lehner, likely to finish or at least cover the middle portion of the year here in Chi-Town. Was a big fan of how his card played in 19, and so paid more attention to him IRL last year. Didn't pay a ton of attention to the details of him coming here, but very happy personally. There we go. Different Duncan Keith. Kind of like the other one better, but again, might have to sell it. We'll find out. But this one's a sell. Unfortunately, doesn't go for anything. But yeah, very glad to have Lehner here. Assuming that is not Colton Sissons, which would be a little bit different card. And then right after that, representing the Greyhounds, Barrett Hayton, +1 for SP. How have I not looked at his card earlier? I guess I did, and then just realized that he's got no shot, meaning that his shot is terrible. So I just kind of gave up on it. But this player specifically, which might sound strange considering that he's only listed as 19 years of age here, he was either one of the first ones to get it, or it was one of the first ones to get it after I kind of maybe came back to the game or whatever. But I felt like he was one of the first ones to get these super boosted diamond cards last year, and in 19, and was on my team. Technically, I think is still in my quote-unquote collection in my 19 team, which is rare. If you're tradable and still in my collection and not on my squad, that's almost impossible for that to be the case. But I think that is the case for Barrett Hayton specifically, just because I have so much appreciation for getting a chance to play with that card. I played very few games, but for the better part of kind of a couple months. I think it came out early into the calendar year, so early into January, and was worthwhile until kind of when stuff actually gets good, kind of end of February. But those original boosted diamond cards, almost exclusively, almost all of them, and there were some that weren't even that good, but the ones that were good, like his, came with this massive jump in shot power. And it wasn't like this, where you see that he's only 5 off on his slap shot accuracy from power and only 4 off on his wrist shot accuracy from power. It was like he was still in the 70s, or maybe high 70s, maybe early 80s at best on his shot accuracy, but the power was high 90s, like almost end game. Like if it was like 95, 96, whatever, that wouldn't surprise me at all. Just had like this massive shot. And so obviously playing forwards on defense, and I think he was okay with his speed, which would kind of make sense on a boosted card, considering this 74 this year is coming with almost 83s across the board on the skate stats. So if he had, again, if like the one other card that I don't remember which one it was that I was talking about earlier, that came with good speed and solid shot but terrible accuracy. That's basically what he was last year, and mostly Doc, the announcers last year, always referred to him as Barrett, as opposed to, he's Canadian, so that wouldn't really strike me as being one of those in which, the names are flip-flopped as far as which one is the surname and which one is the first or whatever name. But they always referred to him as Barrett, and for the first, X number of games that I played with them, it sounded like they were saying something totally different, and I was like, why are they calling Hayton? It sounded like they were calling him Gary, and then later I think it was like, I was like, oh, are they saying Garrett? And then I was like, oh, well, his name is Barrett, so that's probably what they're saying. It took me, I'm an idiot again, so it took me that long to kind of figure that out, and because he was, involved getting in the mix on the puck and also scoring a ton, they would have to announce it's not Ottawa. That's why it's silver. Wrong Senators, not a gold trade-in. So that's why, and again, silver, but an icon, a logo. I'll take bronze, gold, and silver logos. I don't care. Although, I would love gold logos and arenas, because you only need 10 for those trade-in sets, and I would actually not sell those. So yeah, if they're not going to be gold, you give me all the silver and bronze that you want. Not arenas though. Those trade in, even the gold ones trade in for like 25 coins. Fuck yeah. Fucking yeah. Woo! Ah. I need to get a timestamp for this, but I need to make this solid for editing purposes first. Woo! It's gonna bask in this for a second. Just gonna bask. I mean, I think I only have like 5 more packs to go, and there's only 4 more items in this pack. I'm gonna take a 90-second break here. Just enjoy the card. You know I'm gonna talk about it when I come back. I won't talk about it for half an hour, I promise. But I'm gonna talk about it, and I'll get a timestamp and all that. But we're just gonna keep this for right now. Just bask in the moment. Hopefully it becomes the thumbnail. Otherwise, I'll grab it there just in case. I'll be back in a very short while, but just enjoy. It's gonna be 90 seconds. It'll feel like forever. This card is so awesome. Hey there, I'm here for the gangbang. What's going on here? Heyo! NHL 20 GTO. Heyo, kiddos. Let's get a timestamp here. Oh my god. It almost ended the broadcast. Stupid L3 is still broken. Hear all that beeping in the background. I've been trying to use the D-pad as much as I can, but you need to hit L3 to send everything to collection quicker at the end. That's pretty good, close to 2.5. Probably pulled it 225, 224. Should have marked that for later. See if we can get this back without getting all screwy. Obviously, best pull so far. I'm not discounting future pulls. I got at least whatever the hell we got, 5 packs, whatever left to go. And yeah, I said it, Hawks fan. Said it's better than the Global Series Duncan Keith. So for anybody that's just going to come to this timestamp, if I point it out on the twits, that I'm basically giving away anything that you could have watched in the previous 2.5 hours. Global Series Duncan Keith for the hometown homer in me, but just in case as a consolation, Global Series JVR as well. So if I don't sell either or both of them before or after the game, guaranteed to get a +2 out of one of the two. Can't get both, that's fine. But I was saying it the whole time, and this is literally my first one that I have. I've not done the prospect thing yet, and there's reasons for that. I pointed them out already early in this broadcast. I feel like it's a GTO strat that I'm taking towards that, but you're not here for the GTO. You're here for the pack openings, and specifically this pack pull. It's kind of interesting, being that it's an 82 and it's the only one that I've pulled. I might have to look for other people's videos in which they've pulled, not just pictures that they took with their camera and then posted to Twitter, which would be the only other place that I would see it really, of like a trade-in set where they got like Taylor Hall's fantasy hockey card or whatever. I need to see actual video, whether it's live like this or not, of somebody pulling, and I'm not asking for another one that's that low, although I'll take the Taylor Hall if you want to give it to me, and then I will probably immediately sell it because I think it's going for a ton of coin. And there's a little part of me that kind of doesn't want to have to sell this Letang right now. I'll get to that in a second. But the fact that it's an 82, technically meaning that it's an 81 plus, is that it popped and it's got kind of the gold back there, as opposed to, because I'm colorblind, it changes the color, so I don't know what that's normally supposed to be, but it looks kind of reddish, pinkish to me, as does that. Can we get any other color? All right, so I guess that's what the normal color is. That's how long it's been since I paid attention to that. So here, I don't know, looks goldish to me, which kind of makes sense as a gold card. I don't know how much it's skewed for me with my my color blindness setting that I put onto the game. But I believe that it popped because it's an 81 plus. I would honestly have to go back and watch this when I'm done on my own just to see, and I'm probably going to do that just to see how out of line my mostly totally delayed reaction was to it. I don't know, because again, it's the first one I pulled. I like the way they look, but I don't know, there was something about it where I was kind of, maybe it's just because they're low numbers or whatever, that I think immediately my brain was like, cool card, and then it took me like a little bit longer to be like, no wait, no, it's the type that you were looking for, and then like another couple seconds for me to be like, no, it's actually probably like one of the ones that you would choose if you had to choose, not necessarily from current resale value, because I haven't paid a ton of attention to that outside of like no, I'm not paying you what you're asking for the coins on almost any of the cards. But Chris Letang specifically, okay, so here's the thing. I'm not going to try to get too game theory on you. Honestly, just go over to No Sleeves 12 and watch his video that he reiterated today. I think the last one he talked about it as well. Yeah, when the event was released, so that was earlier in the week that the event came out. So within the last week, he'll have the 2 videos where he's talked about this. So you don't need me to do it. He's already done it. But he talked about how he's loving the new content, etc. He loves the fact that, you know, this is the closest thing that we have to dynamic ratings like you have in MLB The Show. I'd love to have an actual discussion with him or anybody else about that whole thing because I've got my own views. But generally, I'd agree with that. But these are basically going to be our and it was, I mean, I was going to do this anyways, but this was technically the reason, not this specific card, but at least one of these types of cards was the main reason for doing these specific packs today. Was to try to pull one of these for the boys. So yeah, it's basically this year's version of what, you know, used to be Movembers, and last year were strictly referred to as Evos, and then Evo 2s, which are still just Evos. And they will progress. Players get a +1 for every goal they score, and there are some goalies so far, and it looks like we're going to get at least one more week of additional cards as part of the fantasy hockey card sets, or set, whatever you want to call it. And I think I'm one of the few that's going to say this. If that's all we get are those 2 weeks, I'm mostly fine with it. I greatly enjoyed the whole Evo process last year. I'm more into the automatic upgrades from in real life production. Not trying to toss any shade here, but just as opposed to having to have, you know, not just in real life production, but have it be sort of validated or recognized by the team, meaning the developers, the company, etc. Not like I'm not talking about the Penguins for Letang. I mean like the team that puts all the stuff together. And again, no shade there, and that's probably not an easy thing to do. It's probably somewhat easier to do it this way, and it's not only just that it's a change. I think it's generally a welcome change. So I'm a fan. I like it. And the other thing is too that, like, when it came down to informs for last year, which is what you needed to get your Evos upgraded, as opposed to being like an Evo that either never upgraded and stayed at 78 all year, bang bang, or a player that didn't finish the year and whose Evo, well, that was going to be a shot at Taylor Hall, but I think he actually maxed probably close to like a 94, which is fine, I think, right? I don't know. Maybe it was it seems like it would have to, because he had to start decently high. He's an 84 this year. I don't even remember. I want the cool noise. Can we get the cool noise back? It's a little bit better. And again, No Sleeves already pointed this out. Other people have pointed it out too, but I just think he did a really great job of it. About how they were selective in who they selected and how they selected them and what they gave them. So it's not just that, you know, they were careful on who they chose. You know, and so there's, outside of maybe the prospects and maybe like one or two other potentially sneaky options, there, again, no shade, there's not really too many in week one that you would say are like potential breakouts. You know, it's not like they're like, you know, rated like 60 to 69 overall, but they could like pull an Ovi and you know and rip like whatever, like 80, 100 goals in the season or some nonsense like that. Obviously, only needing 40 or less if they're 60 plus rating. So there really aren't too many in the first week that are like that. Even as far as like potential goes, most of these players are generally considered known entities. The master set, Kovalchuk, is a little bit different in the sense that he was a known entity. Obviously, had a little bit of missed some years, let's just say, and then coming back last year. I mean, again, Sleeves already talked about this. I don't know why I'm talking about any of it. He did it all perfectly well already. But and as he said, I'd say currently I'd kind of agree too that I'm not really a Kings fan. I like the current Sharks better. Unlike him, that hasn't always been the case for me. I was able to get behind the Kings when they were winning, the same as I did for the Hawks and anybody else that was capable of winning 2 or 3 cups in that solid decade, and that does include the Penguins, unfortunately. I have personal reasons for why it was difficult for me to get behind the team in general and some of their specific players. But Letang, for me, is not in that group. I really liked playing with his card last year. You know, especially if he would kind of do anything that wasn't for the Penguins, which was basically just kind of all-star related activities, and you know, any sort of like, you know, pro-am or special events where they're usually not actually, you know, lacing them up or whatever. He strikes me, even presently, he strikes me as a player where if he was on almost any other team, I would probably be that much more of a fan, that much more of trying to track him, and being interested in what he's doing and stuff like that. I think that, you know, as an RD, you know, right-handed shot defenseman with you know, relatively powerful shots are not easy to come by in real life as well as in the game. You know, and it's not just because I loved Byfuglien so much when he was here that I would like look to him as, you know, a big-bodied, massive right-handed shot, because admittedly, a portion of his time here and in his career, he was actually a forward and then got moved over to defense, where he's been, in my opinion, doing perfectly fine there. But I say almost any team because I mentioned it earlier. Phil Kessel going to the Yotes really kind of tests that whole idea for me, and there's probably a couple other teams too where I'd be like, oh geez, I gotta watch that now. And that's not like I'm gonna be like sitting down and be like, even though I said I'm gonna watch early Coyote games, partially to see Kessel in regular season early games, as opposed to the preseason where he and the team seem to be doing pretty well. I've only caught snippets of basically everyone around the league. I haven't had a chance to watch much of anything, but as I said, I'm gonna try to see if I can catch, say, like first 10, first 12, first maybe 15, at least one game in there, preferably full game, like on replay. At the minimum, I'll watch the condensed game replays on the NHL channel on YouTube. So I'm going to try to track the Yotes a bit, but I say full game because once I, as I said before, I waste my time to ensure that he's actually playing. If Marian Hossa is actually on the roster and is not scratch, healthy or otherwise, I absolutely want to see some early games with him still out there. Big fan in general, and much love and support in him trying to finish out his career, whether that's, you know, finishes this year or is technically already done and might not even play this year. I don't know. As I said, that's how out of it I am. I know I was listed in the game as being on the team, but before this year I've almost never followed Arizona outside of just who we were either losing to them or gaining from them in trades. That's basically it. So I've never had an intention of watching a Coyotes game that didn't include another team that I was watching for. If that makes sense, meaning not them. But yeah, big fan and much love and support for Hossa trying to finish out the career again, however much longer he gets. And as I already said, if he wants to pull a Yager, play to, I mean, might be a little bit tougher for him, I guess, but play tier 47, man. Go play over it for Pleasant, and I will follow you there as well as much as I can, which is tough if you don't have certain channels or whatever. But that's all I was saying as far as having to feel the need to clarify that my guess is that Chris Letang, for me, on almost any other team than the Penguins, I would assume would immediately pique my interest that much more. And I say almost because that's basically what happened with Kessel. He's on the Yotes, and I was just like, no, I'm still not watching them. But I want Kessel to have another great year and show that it wasn't just being with a stacked squad in Pittsburgh that was the reason for all of his success up to this point. I think that's a ridiculous notion, but it's going to be. I've looked at basically who we in Chicago have given to them in Arizona is basically all that they have, and it doesn't seem like a lot. I'm not really sure who's going to be passing to him, and I'm not sure who's going to be getting his assists either. And who else is going to be doing the rest of the work, like Letang, in the defensive third to be able to get the whole team, including Kessel, to get some more TOA out there and some more SOGs. So yeah. So again, the only point really, we don't have the cool noise, huh? I'll turn that back on. So Letang is basically like everybody else in the fantasy hockey series in that, like almost to a man, the rating that they chose is almost exactly one less than. So meaning, if he wants to, I don't know why I can't say this properly. And I am drinking, but I haven't had enough. So I'm gonna have another sip here as I completely fumble on my words, I guess. And again, I'm doing all this and saying all this, and then as promotion, I'm not trying to sell people on the card so that they run up the price and I can then turn around and sell it. I'm kind of hoping that I don't have to sell this if this is the only one outside of the free prospect that we all get, where I could have Zadina, who's not even going to play in the NHL to start the season. Although I'm not really, I guess I would choose that in the one of two if the other prospect is also not on NHL, SHL, or Liga roster to start the year. But anyway, that's a different topic. That's the only guarantee that I have of any other fantasy hockey card to be on my team, and that one's gonna be untradeable, I believe. And I also think you can't buy those. I don't think the prospects are in packs. I know I've looked at the four before, and I didn't see any on the market, but I have not looked in at least 24 hours, so I may be way off on that. But point is, like, I'm not trying to bump up Letang's value so that I can turn around and sell it. But if he, like a lot of the rest of them, are going for a lot of coins, I mean, if he's going for kind of end game, at least late January, if not even February, late February, team of the year type levels of coins, I mean, I'm not sure how I'm going to be able to pass that up. But as I said, like most other players in the group, being 82, he would quote unquote only need 17 goals over the course of the entire NHL regular season to get the boost up to 99. If that's your thing and that's what you're looking for, to have him as a 99. I haven't looked at any underlying stats for you yet, but you know, spoiler alert, you don't need him to be a 99 to get max speed. And luckily, again, hashtag endgame, that endurance, you know, you might be kind of disappointed that the balance, you know, won't max out at without any boosts, won't max out at a balance of 99 until his card becomes an overall 96. And I get it, but luckily the endurance is 3 above that, and you're probably, if you're like me, gonna want to have as many close to or at 99 as you can when you get to endgame. But you can get boosts for that. Unfortunately, Workhorse and Magician don't give you that, but there's other ways to get it. Wow, his durability is really low. This is what happens to me because with players that even the ones that I like that are so low rated on their base cards that I just haven't done a ton of. Anyway, I was going to talk about somebody else who's done a lot of good content for this event and other stuff as well, but I'm not going to do that because it'll just go on forever and it'll feel like I'm rabbit holing, which I'm not intending to do. But the point is, when you look at the underlying stats, is that you know, sure, as far as like maxing out, first off, his wrist shot power on a base level will never max out, and the slap shot power will only max out if and when it eventually gets up to the top of a 99, which is assuming that, you know, he's rocked out 17 goals at that point, and he turns into a 99. When he gets his 18th and then after 18th, 19th, etc. I don't know. I've asked the question on my channel, and then I think I asked the question of one streamer who has actual subs and followers and that kind of stuff. And I haven't gotten any kind of answer yet, if they do have an answer. But one thing that I'd be interested in on these, even though there aren't a ton that seem like they're going to fall in the camp of highly expected to happen, except for maybe Taylor Hall if he stays healthy and productive all year, as far as ones that would not only get to 99 but then would continue scoring goals, or again, if their goalie is continuing getting wins after that point as well. And my question would be, for Letang, you see he gets 17, he turns to a 99. When he gets his 18th goal, does, you know, what we normally would refer to as getting another 99, but in this case it's the same card, it's this card. So would this card go from a 99 that has a 99 slap shot power and a 98 wrist shot power, and I was looking for other 81s, but there really aren't any, so a 97 shot blocking, if that's your thing, he is a defender, and one off of that on body checking, and 2 off of that on strength and aggression. Would it go from having all those stats as a 99 and then scoring that 18th goal? Obviously, it doesn't go to 100 or higher. You know, this isn't Spinal Tap. Our amps don't go up to 11. So they do max at 99. The synergies you see there, for all players in the fantasy hockey thing, get a boost, which suggests additional +1 to both of the synergies. So in this case, again, Workhorse and Magician would both get additional +1s, and maybe +2s, which again is something that's going to be kind of required for anything that wants to be either just before or possibly actual end game, in my opinion. I know not everyone's into the synergies, but whatever. I feel like an end game squad kind of has them anyways, even if you're not into them. So would that happen, right? I mean, so he scores 17, wrist shot power becomes 99. Sorry, slap shot power becomes 99, wrist shot power becomes 98, and then he scores his 18th. Does the 99 then go where everything that's already not at 99, which again is all the skate stats and slap shot power, passing, puck control, offense and defense awareness, stick checking, poise, which is huge for endgame. Those are all, everything I just listed are all going to be 99s if and when he gets 17 goals and this card goes to a 99. right? And then he scores 18. Does wrist shot power go from 98 to 99? Does shot blocking go from 97 to 98? I can keep going with this all day, but does body checking go from 96 to 97? And you see kind of why I'm asking that is partially because, like, for this particular card, and is kind of the same for a lot of defenders in the game, he has no accuracy on a shot to speak of. Luckily, it's at least in the 70s, so if he does actually get boosts, which would be just from scoring goals as far as this card is concerned, or just from general gameplay, which can include points, assists, and other things for any other types of other cards, whether it's prime time or team of the week or whatever. Those don't have to be strictly goals, especially for a defender. Those will all bring up anything above an 82 overall would bring up the shot accuracy ratings, which would be helpful. So those are all things that I don't know. All I do know is that it's +1 for every goal starting now in the regular season, starting with an 82. So everything here overall, first goal goes to 83. The 89s on acceleration, agility, and speed go to 90. The endurance goes to 89. Balance goes to 86. You really don't need me to point out what +1 on every single stat or attribute or tendency would be. You get the point. And then obviously 17 is the key to get up to 99. I want to do it from this screen here, though, on this point, though, which is, if you look at not just him, but most of the players from the week 1, I want the cool noise, from the week 1 fantasy set, Chrissy Boy here, he scored 16 last year. So, number one, I don't think you could be all that annoyed, especially if you like rock this in a reroll or something. I don't think you can be all that annoyed with getting a 98 overall, especially since we're hearing rumblings that there are definitely not going to be even a fraction of as many 99s end game in this year as there was last year. So that just makes any sort of 98 that much more valuable. So I don't think you could really be any kind of mad at a 98. But nothing against him, but he is adding another year. Says 32, so he's gonna be around that age. Which can be okay for some defenders. As far as the other cards that can be performance boosts, again coming from assists. Again, he's not gonna have Kessel to pass to. And I'm not sure how many times last year out of those 16 goals that those came from assists from Kessel. And it's not like the entire team left, so it's not like he doesn't have support there. But even though he's more of a support than receiving support, but not the point. Again, if he repeats last year, he's basically going to be a top end card. He won't be technically maxed, but he'll be pretty close to it, and that'd be pretty boss. So I mean, outside of the Taylor Hall and maybe a couple others that I had in mind, this was pretty much the one. I know I said the same thing about when I pulled the base James Neal, that I was looking at that, but that's more so just because he starts really high, and it shouldn't be that difficult for him to put up on the line that he is there, assuming that the Oilers are capable of actually putting up some points in games, and they ought to be able to. So I don't know, man. I think this is awesome. I also I'm not a fan of Magician at the moment, but I'm liking the fact that he's got Workhorse also, because at the moment that helps, and LaFleur is endgame as far as I'm concerned. So, always going to be looking for 3 other players to round out that synergy activated. And this card as is at 82 is really not that bad. So for me, it's just going to come down to how much are people actually paying for this thing right now. which I'm unfortunately going to do for both of the Global Series cards also. And if all of them are going for a ton of coins, then I'm apparently going to have a ton of coins in the next 24 hours. Very, very happy. Hopefully I didn't annoy or possibly blow eardrums. I don't think I got too loud. Again, because I explained how I was kind of slightly surprised and also sort of mind numbed after opening however many it's been so far. I think 20 or more. It's been admittedly like super boring AF for me up to this point. Just for what I have now and who can actually do anything for me and stuff like that. So I was more so doing this for content than anything else, as well as to just have stuff to be able to do whatever, like put into sets and maybe quick sell or whatever. Do something other than add them to my team ever, now or in the future. And this is the only exception for now. The Global Series cards, again, both of them can probably find a way to maybe play out their initial contract of 15 games somewhere on my team, from whichever one of the two get a boost, and the one that doesn't get a boost probably doesn't ever find a spot on my team. One of the two, my hometown one, I'll probably play with a game of, but I'm going to wait until after that game in Prague to see who gets the boost. And again, it could all be a moot point, because if they're selling for a ton of coins, more than I value them at, I might just go ahead and sell. Super stoked. So let's just make the next card a fantasy hockey card too, no matter who it is, just so that I could have talked for, I feel like, a half an hour, and about stuff that everyone else has already pointed out that you don't need me to point out. But I'm just extremely happy with this. And I'm not going to get, because that would get into a whole other thing. I'm not going to get into whether I think this particular card, no matter how many coins it goes for now, no matter what it could be worth at some point in the year, and I don't think it's out of the question for him to get a 99. Was it worth the local currency value of the points that I used so far today, even, let alone the rest that I'm going to rip here in the last, whatever it is, 5-6 packs? That's for everyone else to decide. Everyone values that a little bit differently. I talk more about coins and how it relates to derivative values and how things are going to be going later in the game through linear progression and all that kind of stuff. So it's whatever. But I'm stoked. Moving on. Fantasy. Spitfire. Honestly, one of the best polls right there for anybody that didn't watch the previous 2.5 hours. Meaning the coins one. The Letang is the best and is amazing, and I'm super, super, super happy right now. But the 1,000 coin, and yeah, we gotta make sure we don't quick sell the whole thing for 7K. Yeah, but the 1,000 coin card is actually one of the better pulls we've had from these 30 packs so far. And I was really hoping to get up to there's EV Zug. Anybody on the PlayStation side that wants that goalie bucket, you can have it. Just ask me. We're close though. I mean, unfortunately, we have very few packs, very few points left. I guess if you were to assume that the likelihood of any coins card is based on the number of packs you open, then technically I should be opening just nothing but base packs, which are silly, so I should be opening up premiums as opposed to these ones. But I'm doing this for the content, so I want to have shots at these really, really great cards that have at least twice as good a value, or odds or whatever, in these packs. But I really want to get it to 420. Kind of feel like we don't have the points to do that, and it wouldn't really work to use, after those points are gone, to use coins to open up packs to get the coin value up to 420 again, unless I was quick selling, which I could already do here, and I'm not doing that. I'm giving these things away to anybody that asks in time, or I'm doing whatever, quick selling or putting in sets and stuff like that. Thank you very much. I think it's saying that we don't have anybody. Oh, are you the one person who's apparently in here right now? You could just say yes, and I'll hear the weird woman's robotic voice. But thank you very much for the follow. Appreciate it. If that's you, or if it's not you, thank you to that person. Got me. And then we get another delay. It's an ice hog, of course. I've done my best to kill everything that's going on in the network, so I can't be blamed for the lag anymore. Uh-oh. 94? There's only 7 more cards to pull in this pack. I can think of a couple 94s. Not Thornburg. It's not Martin, at least. Actually, you know what? I think, isn't it? I said he was. I said that. Yeah, I had that wrong, and I think I just realized this just now with this icon that I can luckily sell for 160 coins. I think I totally had that wrong. That Yager's not playing on Pleasant. I think he's playing on Klodno. I at least had the right league, I guess, but that's cool. So, hell yeah, man! Team of the week. Already got that. And unfortunately, it's not going for very much, even though I feel like it should. I mean, honestly, it's not that bad of a card. He's got the speed, he's got endurance, so he doesn't have to get off the ice after chasing the puck down into the defensive third. As far as right-handed shots that you want on D, especially if you're kind of earlier on or free to play or anything like that, you can get boosts with synergies. Anyways, you're not getting them on shot power from Thread the Needle, which is a synergy, but team-based and stuff like that, you can get boosts to your shot stats, and I feel like 84, 83 on power is not that bad, and when it's lower than that on accuracy, 76 and 77, again, is not the worst, and it's not easy even from a trade perspective for me to talk about anybody that played last year or this year on the Blues. It's not easy for me to talk pleasantly about them. But I feel like this card is not valued where it ought to be. That is, I think it's like the 4th or 5th team of the week, but a lot of them admittedly were like the 74s and stuff like that. So this is, I think that's the best team of the week. I'll be more than happy to take the Auston Matthews, or the I think it was team of the week also, right? Blake Wheeler. I'll take either one of those. I don't know if I can't think off the top of my head if there's any other ones that I would want. And admittedly, I may look to. I'll just stop saying it. Basically, if I pull literally anything, and I think that it's overvalued for coins in the auction house, I will consider selling it. Almost no matter what it is, with a very few exceptions, most of which I already have in my team. So, okay, thank you for not giving me 3 straight contracts. I will absolutely take the gold jers. The sweater, Chicago Wolves. I forget and I should know, but I feel like somehow the Wolves, the Ice Hogs, and the Winterhawks, 2 or 3 of those were involved in the whole expansion for the Golden Knights. I don't think it was the Wolves though, so I'm thinking Winterhawks. Not for some reason I don't know what happened with the Ice Hogs, but I know we lost. The Blackhawks lost people in that whole deal, which I don't really understand the whole business of affiliates and how they work, I guess. because I didn't really pay that much attention to it until it was late in the Golden Knights' first season, where I was like, wait, what happened to our feeder team and the players that were on them, and why don't we have the contract to them anymore? But the Wolves, for people in Chicago, again, I don't want to say too much about in favor of the Stanley Cup winning, supposedly. Still under review as far as some of us are concerned. Supposedly Stanley Cup winning St. Louis Blues. But I will say this, and it's been a minute since I've done it myself, but Chicago Wolves games are pretty fun to go to. Now, I've already said I'm old, so I mean, I went to, let's say, at least one in which Tony Amonte was playing, and not as like a 40-year-old. Like, might even had a Hattie in the game that I saw him playing. But I mean, like, if you even pay, because they do stuff as far as promotions with organizations and schools and stuff like that. So even if you pay, they were like $7 tickets. And even before this decade, 2010, when the Hawks won the first of 3 Stanley Cups. Just for anybody that's out there that maybe has forgotten the fact that the Hawks won 3 in half a decade, just want to remember and remind people that happened. It was a thing. I know the team's terrible now and yada yada yada, but yeah, they still did it. So even before that happened, it's always been pricey, and both Hawks and Bulls who play, going back to the previous stadium, which was just referred to for a long time as the Chicago Stadium, not the Chicago Stadium, was referred to as Chicago Stadium, and then got moved literally across the street to the United Center. They've, for years, basically my whole life, the two teams have played their home games in the same facility. Obviously, they're not the only teams in the NHL and NBA that share a facility, so they're not the only ones that have to turn ice into hardwood and back again. But they are one of the ones that have done it for years. But for forever, maybe going back to when the Bulls, certainly after the Bulls won their first championship, and then again, in case anybody forgot, they won 3 in a row, which is referred to as a three-peat. I mean, I know you're all focused on, the Warriors of late, and now they're done, so you got to look at other players and other teams and stuff like that. But the Bulls did win 3 in a row twice. And I'm absolutely not going to rabbit hole the conversation about what happened in the technically year and a half or 2 years in between those 2 3-year runs, 2 separate 3-year runs. That was 6, in case you had forgotten. But going back to probably the first championship win, and maybe even playoffs that they'd played, particularly against teams like the Pistons, the bad boys of the Pistons. Not just playoff games, regular season games, like probably going back to that point, every home game was sold out, technically. Like, it's one of those things where not every seat is actually filled when the games are being played, but they're sold out. And nowadays, those types of things, in my opinion, are that much easier with all of the different sites and stuff like that are out there, not just StubHub that are involved in that. But at least in Chicago and a lot of other big metro areas, you had so many what used to be referred to as scalpers, and basically just ticket resellers that you needed to be able to get tickets to games if you needed to go and you didn't know anybody that had them or whatever. That's been a thing for forever. So there's plenty of games that have technically been sold out for years, even though you'd turn on a Cubs game in the say like I don't know, end of July, beginning of August, on a weekday when it's like snowing, which it doesn't do that here at that time of the year, but just terrible weather or whatever, and nobody exciting on the other team and stuff like that. And you look and there's effectively nobody in the stands. It's still a sellout though, and has been forever. But the point was about the Bulls and the Hawks. I don't know when that started for the Bulls, because that was not an always sort of thing, but in recent memory it has been, and I assume it still is, but I can't confirm. However, the Hawks, totally different story. Sold out every game for, geez, I don't know, 40 years, 45. I literally don't know. So it's not just the newbies that joined on this decade after the 2010 win, the first of three. It's always been a ticket, and even if you paid face value for the ticket, everything else that goes into a game, anybody knows what I'm talking about. Basically, at almost every place in the world, except for apparently Florida Panthers games and maybe some other non-hockey teams in Florida, and a couple of other places, I guess. But yeah, it was an expensive thing. I mean, if you want to take a family or whatever, you want to take four ticks, you plus three at least or whatever, it can roll you up there. Whereas the Wolves, again, if you're paying for the ticket, and I'm sure it's gone up since then, but I remember, I mean, I paid, so I knew what it was, but also just seeing the promos on TV and stuff like that on local channels, advertising like, hey, come to our game. It's $7, and we don't gouge you at the concession stands after getting you in, which is what almost everybody does. It was and they were fun games and they played well. Weirdly enough, and people think that this will be not necessarily a hot take, but like just an extremely weird take, is that it's kind of seemed like after the Chicago Fire became a thing, after MLS became a thing, and again, not to continue to harp on Chicago sports teams winning championships, but the Fire did win in the inaugural year of the MLS, and were actually basically they won like the first 3 out of 4 or 5 years that league existed. It kind of helps when you have the best player in the league on your team when you start the league, certainly. But point is, kind of like when the Fire were here and that started happening, you'd think that they'd be very different crowds, and they're certainly not identical. I can say that much. But for whatever reason, it seemed kind of like whatever momentum that the budget games for the Wolves had less general, nobody actually cares about the product on the field or ice, that kind of dissipated at least slightly once the Fire became a thing. And then obviously, as I said, winning championships doesn't hurt, whether it's in the AHL or in the MLS. But again, it took me a little while to figure out that they weren't the Hawks. So whether it be family or others, were quite annoyed, and I don't know why they didn't say anything to me earlier, to be honest. But I'd be like, "Oh man, yada yada yada, Wolves games, like, oh, so awesome," and I got dirty looks, and I wasn't sure what it was, and I thought it was just like, oh, I wasn't at a Hawks game, so it wasn't good enough no matter who else I was seeing. It's kind of like, what's the problem? I went to go see the guys that are going to play on our team later. They eventually pointed out to me, because I'm an idiot, as I said about everything. I had no idea at that time. No idea. It took me a while to figure out that I was actually watching the feeder team for the St. Louis Blues. I was technically rooting for one of our biggest rivals. And I should have been going out to Rockford at that time. Moving on. Tri-City Americans. I guess I should... or is that not? Is that the Rochester or the other one or whatever? I can't tell. because I'm so focused on this stupid stuff that I've been talking about. But I thought after going through all of that with the Wolves, that I'm maybe thinking about hanging on to, but probably just gonna. I mean, 160 coins is like a really bad game that you play that gives you coins for playing. I mean, you could basically get that from completing just even one of the 3 objectives in a rookie hut challenge. So after that whole story, I feel like I should hang on to that, but I said I was going to sell all my icons. So after doing that and wasting all of your time with this story, I was really expecting something good for you guys of an awesome card. And it felt like it kind of popped a little bit, and it did have the color to it, but not the right color and not the right gold. Felt like we were going to get it on that one after I said that. I'm just going to stop talking about stuff and get the second Christian Dvorak team of the week of this poll. So what was the? It wasn't in this set either, was it? I mean, I hope not, because I feel like I've been talking for half an hour in this set. I should have looked up at the top and realized there were only 5 cards in here. But I said one other one was the highest overall team of the week card that I had. Who the hell was that? Was it an 83? Oh, the defender was not Shea Weber. I said it was underrated. Tries to feel stupid now. Probably a right-handed defenseman who is a power forward. Whoever that was, I think he was an 83, and that's why I said he was the highest overall. Or he might have been an 82, and I was forgetting about that, because Dvorak is literally a trade, and you can get this for 1,000 coins. And, like, no joke, like, you can get the Ryan Callahan in every other 74 through at least 79, if not, in my opinion, 80, 81, and 82. Most of them, not all of them. Certain ones, like Brock Besser and stuff like that, can sometimes go for more. Over here on the PlayStation side, in my experience, but most of them are basically equivalent as far as current coin value. I treat them differently, and that's a repeat of the wrong Shen. But after having said that, we did get the right Shen, and admittedly they're basically worth the same coin value. Okay, I was gonna say something. I didn't want three contracts in a row, so you give me a. I want to say Moose. That's it, right? Yeah. Okay. I don't know why that the middle O kind of looks like a D to me. Things are kind of messed up. So here's the thing. Again, if you want this bucket, you can have it. But if you tell me, or I otherwise find out that you're doing so because you currently or formerly lived in Milwaukee and or are a big fan of our northern suburb here in Chicago, you ain't getting it, because that ain't happening. But good luck with the Brewers. I'm saying that facetiously. I hope you lose. I'm not watching the game. I just saw that people talking about that. And a gold jers. And it's the Bees. Gotta love that. Man, these contract packs are really working out. Again, 6360 is what I could have quick sold that for. That obviously helps with the I'm assuming close to I don't know, 850 or 900 from the Dvorak. But that would have got us obviously more than halfway, basically 63% of the way towards my intended goal of 420,000 coins. I don't think we're getting there, since we're only getting there from coin cards. And I mean, first off, stop with the healing in the contract, but outside of those cards, specifically these ones, and this one kind of more so, you know, I need some, but they quick sell for less, so it is what it is. Yeah, so we're really only technically getting there from the coins cards, and I want you to have something more exciting to see than coins cards. And we've had a few so far, but I'll take more. I'm not trying to. That's bronze, by the way, in case you were thinking that there was a professional Eagles team that, on the NHL or international. There's not. And I say international meaning actual countries, not international leagues, which there's plenty of. But yeah, let's get like at least one more thing that's exciting, not contracts. I don't know what I could or should ask for at this point. The Letang was just so awesome. Off the back again, repeat today. Oh jeez, I'm not saying anything. Oh jeez. 84, thank you 84 for being the final number in that pack. I was concerned for a second there, even though we only got two more, right? Why am I thinking? Yeah. Two more, and then we'll have 25 points, which we could probably get a like a consumables pack later on with that number of points. But I'll be opening up stuff soon. Maybe in the maybe in literally. Why, please stop going up, stupid L3. I know you're broken. I know I need to get another controller. So I guess I should do that first, but maybe in like 22 hours from now. But well, I was gonna say probably. I want to say actually the truth is hopefully not, because although I've somewhat enjoyed this, and we're not done. We have 2 more to go, but and so now you absolutely need to give me like I don't even know what to ask for. A 90 Master Set Icon Gordie Howe. I don't have that yet, and he could hit. He's right-handed shot, so he could at least be my L-Dub 4. So I'll take that. But yeah, I don't necessarily know what to ask for. I kind of don't. After going through this now, and I'm again not done yet technically. And I'm happy with some of the stuff that I got, and happy generally with all of the filler that will hopefully create something that I actually want from packing that all together into either sets or quick sells or whatever. Personally, I don't think that in, again, like say 20 hours from when I'm speaking this, which you have no idea what time that is, I guess technically. But in 20 hours from now, I could rip like 1,000 of these things. I kind of don't want to. Sorry. Today was for the content and for the love, for anybody that bothers to ever check out the channel, and the 2 guys that were here at the beginning, and the one, you still here supposedly. I don't know what that's about. It's saying 1. Feel free to say anything. So I guess for you and anybody that watches this whenever I kill the broadcast on replay on YouTube, not doing it exclusively for you. It's kind of fun to open stuff, which is why they're addictive and why people do them. Yeah, I'm hoping that like in exactly 20 hours from now that I don't just rip like 1,000 more of these exact packs. Because I could, and I would, but I should not, at least in my opinion. Tell me otherwise in the comments below this. And dude, that made so much noise, and it popped because it was an 81. Very early on, I saw that it had the color art of a base card, but I don't know, man. I thought I was getting like a Kucherov, which I don't have. I got McDavid. I sold my Crosby. I've sold the other Ovies that I have because now I have an untradeable one, which I re-rolled. Surprisingly enough, my re-rolls are not good this year. I'm not looking to do a ton of them. But yeah, for some reason, I thought that was going to be a really, even though after seeing that it was a base, I thought it was going to be a really good base card. Healing, get out of here. Providence Bruins. Honestly, one of the best pulls we've had. I mean, I already have it. I think I actually have it untradeable, so I don't even need to keep the this one. So I'll sell it. I hope to God that these are still selling for something. Granted, it's the bronze and not the gold, but it is for the boys, and I know I do not have the gold for the boys. I think I actually don't know. I think I have the silver for the boys, but I might not. I'm pretty sure I do, and I know I have this. I've had a bunch of these specifically. This is like the one that I've had the most of. So since I already have at least one and it's probably untradeable, I will probably look to sell that, and I hope that I can get something for it. And as I said, literally one of the, at least going back to the beginning of the year when I was actually pulling those, was actually one of the best cards that I pulled today, outside of the special ones. Anybody representing Ukraine, as long as you're not colluding to ruin our elections here, hit me up. You can get the goalie bucket. 89. Crow. Wrong crow. Wrong crow. It's fine. It's fine. Whatever. I'm not gonna. And then an A. I'll take the A. Oh my God! It paused so long with the white ice. Oh my God! Why do I keep doing that to myself? I mean, granted, I think I've only done it a few times, like legitimately. I've made it seem like it's been more than that. But I know better because I've actually pulled a bunch of Master Icons. They don't pop the ice, I don't think. No, they come over and then they go right to the reveal thing. They force you to reveal it. But I don't know what it was. The way it popped, and I knew it was quote unquote special. And the color was lightly colored, and there's not much other lightly colored anything in the game other than the Master Icons. And even if it was the 91 Gretzky or Lemieux, you have to reveal those also. So none of those just pop off. So I'm not really sure when it breaks the ice like that why I thought that it was a Master Icon, which we haven't pulled. We got one more set, 2 more cards in this one. I would like it. I really would. I mean, just hold on one second. Just look back at that, and you see like gross 2 whites out of the 20 cards in the pack. This is more so for the people listening at the end to find out, like, for themselves if they, especially if they're looking to not toss a bunch of money into the game, whether they're free to play or not. If they're trying to determine for themselves if it's worth the coins to put into these packs. I'm not going to make that determination for you, but you can see this is not the only one that we've had 2 whites, and technically you're actually not guaranteed any. You're guaranteed 6 gold players, which Josh Juris, I'm just making that up. I have no idea how to say his name, as well as Sam Bennett and Michael Mersch, all considered gold players. 74 through 79 all count as that. So the 6 that you're required to get, they could literally all be 74s. And to be completely blunt, outside of special cards, there's almost no difference at all between 74s and 79s, in my opinion. They literally all mean the same to me, and unfortunately Krejci is the same for me also. I would have obviously much rather had that been the fantasy Krejci, especially since from what I did see in the early hours, about more than 24 hours ago. It was one of the fantasy ones that were going for the most coins. It sounds like I'm just obsessed with coins. I'm really not. It's just that, like, I'm really happy with my team. So, and I know what cards currently exist. So that's all there is. And, like, if there were new cards, that's why I was stoked for the Global Series cards. If there were new cards, like today specifically, there weren't any new prime times, and then I think they're bringing the teams of the week's cards on Fridays with all the other content. Fridays are just super packed in this game. Plus, they're doing good stuff with charity. Check out Nasher if you're unfamiliar, and I have no idea how you found this. If you have no idea who Nasher is. Last pack. I'll say last pack in this broadcast. With all the stuff I got here, I could probably do some sort of sets and stuff. I have no idea. We'll find out later. I didn't want to do any of the selling or anything like that while I was doing this. I just wanted to only open packs. So I'll kill the broadcast, go back and look at stuff I need to look at, and I might come back later tonight with something that I'll put out here. But like, it's very unlikely that it'll be like, say, like a Master Set Icon Choice Pack, which would be kind of exciting. I don't know what else could be exciting. So I probably won't have anything else tonight, but we'll see. This is the last pack in this this group of points, and I'm not using coins on these packs. So it's gonna be the last pack. 19 more cards to come. I forget how many player cards. 10? 15? 12? Somewhere in there. And 6 of them gold. Let's get something good. For the boys in the final pack. There we go. Brad Rome. Welcome to it, bud. Although, yeah, hold on. Yeah. New to the team. Taking care of Endgame Wrecking Crew. That's awesome. I don't know if it's going for a ton of coin anymore, but this is actually one of the few, like, literally there's been 5, I think, total, that I don't really care about the coins. This one I almost don't care at all about the coins. Whereas, to be completely frank, as I said, the fantasy cards, which technically I've only had one so far, Global Series cards, Teams of the Week cards, anything like that, coins are going to determine whether they're still on my team 24 hours from now or not. And Brad Rome, technically, if it's a lot, but I mean, a lot is obviously relative term, but like Fiddler, was 30K. I don't know that I would sell this for 30K or less, because again, I'm like 98% sure that I don't have this. I think my only golds are Fiddler and Dale Pearson. So, and that's IT and SP, which are the two kind of more key ones for me at the moment. Brad Rome was my dude last year. I feel like Dale was the. Now I'm getting them all confused. One was, I think it was between Dale and Brad Rome. One was for the boys, which was kind of my thing, and the other one was what? I don't know. I can't even remember, but I was one of the ones from as early on as I could be, which I wasn't heavily involved in the community at the very beginning of the game. Although I did, much like this year, I did have the 3-day pre-order thing going on, but I didn't start content for about a month or so, a little less than that, but basically about around this time last year. And like from the very beginning, I was just kind of like, why are people like Brad Rome is like super underrated, in 19. I can understand not looking for a gold Wrecking Crew coach on October 1st, now 2nd, in 20, but you're gonna want it at some point. So if you're like me, you've already got the Fiddler and the Dale, which I'm assuming you say his name is Peterson or Pedersen. There's so many people with that last name that play the game. I don't know which it is, to be honest. But eventually, you kind of want all the golds, and Brad Rome is in that category. Wrecking Crew is definitely something that I'm gonna want at some point. Dude, the color threw me. I don't mean on the left side. I mean up on the top. And now I just have a delay because that one got me also. Whoosh. Domi getting just for the people that are about actual hockey stuff. I saw the tweet. I saw the post. Domi apparently getting wrecked in a fight this week by the guy that Pablo made famous by checking out his nameplate. And yeah, not the right couture. And in fact, Logan with X Factor synergy is one of the. I already have it, so there's that. But he's one of the few, like, you know, like this. Like, I'll just show you Domi's. I mean, I'm not rocking rock solid at the moment. It's just I can't, man. You know, I mean, even with boosts that I get from my team, I can't be putting sub 80. It's nice that they're all together with accuracy and power being a forward, but I can't be putting sub 80 shot guys out there. Just can't do it, especially not left-handed. So he's got no shot at all for me. Whereas Logan Couture, which I'm assuming is how this guy says his last name. No idea if there's any relation at all because I don't know anything about anything. 1T and Do Your Deeks is an interesting little combination though. I don't think you could put a 64 on your team. At least he's got 80 in speed, but that 60 on endurance is going to kill you. But yeah, so Ron Couture and Logan specifically having X Factor on his base card means that even though it's generally not great stats across the board and it's low overall as far as even just base cards are concerned, I think it's worth hanging on to. About half the pack left to go here. We got one white so far, which was Max Domi. Yep. All right. The Wolves sweater. Don't worry, I won't talk about it for half an hour about Wolves games anymore. And Finlandia talked about that quite a bit tonight too. Talked quite a bit tonight about everything. And if you want whatever the hell that is, Kootenay Ice, hit me up. 5 to go. Sorry if it's been boring for anybody. I don't control what content actually pops up in the packs. Interesting. Somebody was talking about him today, but it was an actual, and I know I promise there's only 3 more. I will get through it so that you're finally done with the content for here. But I answered the question for them because they were busy. But it was in a not this, which is supposed to be about the fantasy hockey sets and cards that are just out in the game this week and next week. They were doing an actual fantasy hockey league and asked me specifically about Kirby and whether he made the roster. I had to give him the bad news. Yeah, so that made me not remember if he had a prospect card. But I thought that the only young Blackhawks player was or youngish, I guess, was Alexander Nylander, and I have to specifically say his first name so that people don't think that I think that William Nylander plays for the Hawks. contract. How about just 2 more contracts to round it out? Ruined it for everybody that I just took that extra 2 minutes before ripping the last 3 on. Alright, close enough. And Latvia. There you go. If you are in Latvia, that's all you have to say is in the comments, me, Latvia. But then somehow, I don't know, give me your PSN ID or whatever so I can send that over to you. More than happy to send that your way. That's it, kids. 64.15. So even if I quick sold this whole pack with that massive single white dot of Max Domi, I don't get my 420 that I wanted. 410 is probably more appropriate. Just look at the outcome, man. We got about, I think we started about 402 or 403k around there. I know it was 4 for sure. So we added, I don't know, whatever that is. Like, I mean, I know what the number would be if it was either one of those numbers. I just don't know which one it was. So probably about 7k or so, maybe a little bit more in just coin cards alone to get us up to 410.3. We got 25 points left. This is you have to be in this. You have to be in this specific page, I guess we'll call it, to use points. I mean, yeah, I could toss like a a US dollar and add on to that 25 and rip a premium. But like oh jeez, I'm almost inclined to do that. I'm not trying to tease anybody that's watching this live. I think there's one person in the room, and I'm not trying to do it for anybody that watches on the replay tomorrow. I think I need to kill this now so the broadcast can get turned into a replay, because I went so long that it's going to take a little while for the whole connection over to YouTube to handle that properly. For them to verify that I haven't ruined anybody's copyrights. I didn't play any music, so don't worry about it. I wanted to. Yeah, so I feel like that, and I could just drop the coins and rip a premium pack, and then pull what would be at least 4 players. So assuming it's only 4 players, what would be the 4 that you'd pull that would just basically just absolutely wrecked the previous 3 hours of whatever that was, 40 fantasy ultra packs. So it'd be Fantasy Taylor Hall for sure. I mean, outside of cards that I already have, I don't like. So LaFleur, Coffee, Morenz, obviously, in my opinion, obviously. 91 Gretzky, obviously. I already have all 4 of those though. So if we're gonna go with ones that I don't have, 72 Fantasy Hall, sure. 91 Lemieux, sure. Well, I already said I want the 90 Gordie Howe, so I guess we gotta toss that in there also. But I don't know. I'd more be hanging on to that as opposed to the Taylor Hall fantasy card. I'd be immediately looking at the market to see what that's going for and probably just dropping it down. What's my 4th pick then? From I just forced myself to choose Gordie Howe. I don't know why I did that, but I did. It's kind of a stumper. Oh, I mean, I don't know. I guess no, I don't really like that pick. But like maybe the 90 Classic NHL Rantanen, just because I'm technically rocking that as the loaner, because this is the GTO channel. I'm not gonna do like another 2 hours to talk about GTO stuff, but and I think I was in such a bad spot that day, and I was having such issues with the connection and stuff like that I don't even think I even created a video when I did that. But I mentioned it in previous videos before I did it. I didn't open that pack that I don't know if it only included the loaner, I think that's all it was the loner choice pack. I waited until like the last 10 minutes of when that was out there. So if you don't know what I'm talking about, there's 9 days and 14 hours, and it's a literal actual minute countdown, and it's always, as you can kind of see technically, that clock showing 1400 Pacific time. If you don't know military, or you're not international, then I guess you wouldn't know that that's 2 p.m. And that's Pacific time, which here in North America is the West Coast, which is where the devs are, up in Canada, in Vancouver. So that's, I believe, the main reason why they choose that. And I guess probably this year at least, just choosing not to go at nooner, because of other games going at noon would be my guess, but I don't know. I've never talked to any of them. I don't know specifically. But yeah, you see it there, but it's better to see where's the... I know it's in the sets thing, so I guess I could go over to that. I mean, that one's showing you 1400 PT. That's when the season ends, so not exactly as good. Let's go to the sets, because it's showing right there on the screen, literally to the second. Not even to just a minute, to the second. 9 days, 14 hours, 27 minutes, and 50 seconds from now is when the fantasy hockey sets, plural, go away, and when presumably that event ends. That event is also encapsulated in single-player hut challenges. And this wasn't supposed to be about that, but if you don't know, now you know. Come down here, and you're going to have to do... I don't feel like figuring this out. Hold on a second, but 9.5 days... So half gets you there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Really? So Saturday the 12th? Okay. I mean, that's fine. I mean, I guess for some reason I was kind of expecting that it would be on a Friday. But whatever. So either I'm wrong and it is actually Friday, or I'm wrong and it's Sunday, but I think it's Saturday. Should be server reset, because everything else is saying server reset. Again, 2 p.m. Pacific time. But because it's saying that... Well, hold on a second. Let me think about this. So it'll be Saturday at 2 p.m. So at a minimum, if it does end Saturday midday here in North America, well, mid to late day, I guess, if you're on the East Coast. At a minimum, the day before, on Friday the 11th, even if it does end on Saturday or Sunday, you're going to have to, if you want to do this, and I don't know why you wouldn't, you're going to have to come in here and play what'll be the last released weekday challenge. If you don't know the game at all, you have like no idea what I'm talking about. So this is what we've had so far. We had a rookie 1 minute win 5 face-offs. It's the only one I've tried so far. You get a fantasy hockey collectible that's untradeable. I had 2 in the set, because in here you get at least 1, right? Right? No? No? So why do I have... Where the hell did I get my other one from? Or do I only have 1? I'm pretty sure I got 2. And I haven't done either one of the other ones. So I guess I'll go figure that out. Maybe did they give us all like a free set or something, or did it? I don't think it came in a daily reward pack or whatever. Currently kind of stumped, but I got 1 from this for sure, as you can see from the checkoff. I won 5 face-offs on a 1 minute rookie period against what looks like the Berlin Bears. extremely difficult, obviously. Semi-pro, 1 minute, score a couple goals or more, but score a couple goals and then put your controller down. That's all you gotta do. And they get more difficult, and there will be 10 of them. So, yeah. So they gave us one. They gave us one for something. I don't know what the hell it was. Maybe we all got a pack. Here is a minute semi-pro get a shutout against SC Bern. Again, every one of these, there'll be 10 of them. You get A for each one. You get one or A fantasy hockey collectible, untradeable. And I guess you didn't get any from the other 10 challenges. Is all I can figure. I don't know. I knew and now I don't know. Yeah, because I got two. Where the hell did I get my other one from? There must have been some sort of starter pack that was like, that was free. Because I've not ripped the 1400, because in the 1400 you actually get a gold collectible, untradeable, and you can just do this set now. But as I said, and I'm not trying to get super GTO on you, despite this being the GTO channel, what I think to be possibly GTO, at least a dominant strategy, maybe not optimal though, is waiting to do this set till at least week 2's cards are out, and you know that there could be potentially 4 other prospects. I will admit, if anybody ever does have a single conversation with me about game theory who is not No Sleeves or Coach Huck or a couple of others, if they were to say that their pick to click from the prospects is in the current week 1-4, like basically almost like no matter what, of like who else was in. Like Zadina, obviously not, if he's not going to actually play for the Wings, but if he was, and they were talking about, even in the beginning of the year, putting him up on some sort of high-producing line, and yes, I'm saying that without trying to have a smirk or laugh when I say that about the Red Wings, but currently, they had many years being good. They're not right now. So if like that were the case for Zadina specifically, then I could see people being like, yeah, no, he's the pick to go to. Like Dahlin last year, or again, if this most recent number 1 overall that I pulled his base card of, if he was going to get significant play time this year, I think that would be, I mean, honestly, the Jack Hughes, that everyone, people paid me quite a lot of coins for at least the 2, I think, of those that I've pulled, and I understand that, why people want that and yada yada yada. If he were in week 1 of the prospect items, I could see somebody having that as their pick to click and being like, look, Hughes is gonna put up some goals. He's at least gonna play, and he's being touted as possibly doing well locally from the people that are either on his team or around his team and stuff like that. So stands to reason he's gonna get some time out there, and he's capable of putting up some production. So all of that is what you would want from if you want to refer to it as dynamically rated. It's not, I can get into that, of whether it's 100% dynamically rated or not. It's not, but it's close. One specific aspect of it is, which is goals, which is cool, because that's kind of the most exciting thing. It's the home run or slam dunk of hockey, basically. Yeah, I'd go with that. I'd go with like Jack Hughes specifically. If he was one of the 4 in week 1, and someone said, "Screw it, it doesn't matter," he's my pick to click of any prospect that they could put out, even if it's somebody in SHL or Liga, and I couldn't tell you who's currently in that. But that would be awesome. But like honestly, take like Dahlin before he came over here to Buffalo. When he was on the Indians, they're in the SHL, from Columbia Indians. Um, that's a really weird way to look at it, I know, but like just if this was whatever the hell that was, like feels like 3 or 4 years ago now, when he was not only on that team in that league and in the league for a year and had a potential to to produce, admittedly with defenders having less chances in general than an equivalent player of their stature who's a forward, but the point still works, I think, because that's basically the only recent example I could think of as far as prospects go from SHL or Liga, because that's how ignorant I am, and I understand that they're trying to get us all to be paying more attention and more interested in those things, and I think it will probably generally work, even though I think there was only one player. He's from a team in Liga. I don't even know if I'm saying that properly. That's what I've heard other people say it as, and that's what I referred to it as last year when I didn't need to say it out loud. But that's again how little I know about it. But I think there's only one player, and that's the league he's in. I don't even know if there's even a single fantasy hockey card from this week 1 set from SHL, and since they show you the entire thing as well as being able to go into the collection to see it, why don't I know? So there we go. Yeah, I mean, because he's a defender, I don't know. I kind of like all 3 of the Flyers choices, to be honest. I don't, even though obviously I'm rooting for the Hawks to win the game. I don't think any of those 3 are really all that bad, particularly if you can add a +2 to any of them. And they're all a boost. Because this year at least, Ghost is not rocking an 84 on his base card. It's an 82, and I showed from this both. I showed all 3 of the Hawks actually. I got all 3 of those Hawks base cards. So I showed Keith as an 81, Crow's an 80, and DCAT is 82. So they all got the Global Series cards. All got a +2 boost from their base cards. And again, as it says there, player items from the winning team in the Global Series game. For those that don't know, is the game that's coming up to start the season in Prague, Czech Republic. Will get a +2 overall boost. So I don't think you need me to do that math for you. Duncan Keith can be an 85. Crow can be an 84. DCAT can be an 86. And it's the same for potentially for Ghost. I feel like there's a significant difference this year, presently, in how valuable certain centers could be as 86 compared to most or certain defenders. So I actually might have to take a look at that Ghost card, especially if I were to think that they got a shot at pulling off the dub there. But I can't really root against my team, and I'm technically not really doing that, but I do have a backup. I think if you're at this point, you saw what I pulled, right? So I'm not talking about Kevin Hayes. I got the JVR. I got the Duncan Keith. So either way, no matter how that game rocks out, barring a draw, right? So I mean, like they say, winning team. I don't want to end up in some sort of technicality where like the game ends in some way that neither team wins, which obviously was a thing for a very long time, but I don't think is either expected. I feel like they're just the league will be like, nah, you gotta it's dub or L. Those are your choices. No D's. We want no Ds. So yeah, I mean, even if there was a D, I don't know how they would handle this. I feel like both teams should get it then, as opposed to what they could do, or what most people probably think they should do, is that like if neither team can actually get the W, then like nobody should get the upgrade. I'd be more in favor of both getting it, and I'm not just saying it because I have one card from each team. But yeah, anyways, I wasn't going to look at that. What was I coming out? Oh, so this is all the fantasy hockey cards. Yeah, so the one on the bottom right, obviously not the very bottom right of Lucic, but the one next to that, I think it's Mikko Kusa. He is in Liga. Every other player on there is on an NHL team on their card. Let's just take a quick look. Yeah, I admittedly don't know about Barbashev's status on the Blues. I know that, and I guess technically I don't know about Teravainen's status on the Canes, but I would have to assume, I feel like he's fine there. But yeah, Barbashev, from what every Blues fan feels the need to tell me, was so instrumental. Seems like he did put up some really solid numbers in the playoffs in general, and I guess was a factor in the Cup Finals, like the actual games versus the Bruins. But that, I mean, if you're in Chicago, that doesn't necessarily mean that you're even on the team the next year. So I don't know his status. Where was the one that I was looking at? That can't be all of other. Well, then you got these as the prospects, and again, fantasy hockey prospects exclusive to sets and the fantasy hockey starter pack. So there you go. So that's verification that you can't rip those in packs. You got to either pay 70k coins or 1,400 points, which is without any discounts or anything is basically $14 US. And there's more in that pack. You get a gold collectible untradeable as well, and some other stuff. But basically, you're just sorry, I'm the wrong one. You're basically just having a chance to or I kind of don't feel like going back to the store, but I'm gonna do it anyways. Well, that was misleading. Did that say, did I see that wrong? No, that says go to store, and I clicked on it and it went to the sets. This also says go to the store. See if it takes me maybe to the team of the week instead. Also taking me to the sets. I don't know what the deal is. You guys have some issues with the this first tuner. Okay, so those are the probabilities. 100% gold collectible, less than 1% master item. 14 items, including a guaranteed fantasy hockey prospect player item. So there it is. So you get that for sure, and a gold collectible, untradeable. That's the guarantee. I shouldn't have done it that way. That was pretty stupid. Back to that page. Thank you. So right now, it's those 6, and I actually don't even know. Nope. Okay. Well, that says October 11th, 1400 p.m. That's Friday, not Saturday. October 4th, October 11th. Did I do math dates wrong? What the hell's wrong with me? Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm an idiot. Yeah, because 14 hours or whatever the hell from now is Wednesday, and I bumped that to Tuesday. So if that's Wednesday, then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yep. So okay, so I was more right the first time when I was wrong. That it's ending on Friday, midday for North America. So the reason why I was saying that outside of just the general stuff is that you got to make sure if you want to do this, and I don't know again why you wouldn't. It's a free fantasy hockey prospect if you want it, and you don't have to use it for that, which is even possibly more GTO. It's an untradeable gold collectible, which you can use for anything that gold collectibles get used for this year. And so far, it's been two true events in like 3 different places, I believe. At least two. This fantasy hockey thing and the thing before it that I don't feel like talking about anymore because I'm wasting too much time here. But again, these are weekday challenges. They come out Monday through Friday. So they're up to 3. Let me just make sure I'm doing this math properly. So this one was technically considered Tuesday, October 1st. So Wednesday will be the 4th, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So I'm wrong again. So assuming that tomorrow, which is already today for me, Wednesday the 2nd, will be the next one of this, the 4th one, means there'll either be 11 of these, and it will be ending on Friday, which was kind of the warning that I was trying to say, which was like, even if you've been doing them and you're in every day, like make sure you get a chance to log in between Thursday at 2 p.m. Pacific time and Friday, not this week but next week Pacific time, because there should be the last and final weekday challenge in which you get a fantasy hockey collectible untradeable that is probably, I don't know for sure, but presently and for sure and probably forever only good in these sets here and then over here. You take 10 of them. Again, I think they gave us one for something. I don't remember what. Sorry. I earned one in a game. So I guess you don't need to play every one of the weekday challenges to get 10. You'll have to play 9 of them, and there's probably going to be 11. So I didn't intentionally make that a 9/11 thing, but I don't make the numbers or the content. So if there is a final one on the last day, and I'm sure I'm messing my numbers up still, I guess there could end up being 11 of the weekday challenges. I was under the impression there were 10 of them, and for some reason I was thinking you either had to do all of them, or as I thought before now, that you could skip one because of the free one or whatever. But the point is, as long as you do those, they have no other value right now, and you get an untradeable gold collectible. And if you want, you can put it in here, and you get a choice of one of 2, which means you don't have to do the store pack. 70k coins, 1,400 points. So it's the most expensive thing in the store at the moment. And you just saw me rip whatever the hell that was. It felt like 30 plus, 35 plus maybe even. I don't know if it was 40. I could do the math. I don't want to at the moment. My brain hurts. As does I'm sure anybody else's that's listening to this right now or on the replay. But I technically ripped, like, let's just call it 40 of the second most expensive as far as coins or points are concerned in the store at the moment. But admittedly, that's because there's only 2 that aren't the quote-unquote essentials, the premium and the base, that are always going to be there all year, they've said, and I believe them. So there's really just 2 packs, and one of them albeit expensive, 70k coins, 1400 points, you can only open once. So there's that. So you can open that and you're guaranteed to get one. And now that I think I'm getting a better understanding of this and feeling like I'm not being super GTO about it, and I guess maybe not, choosing not to open that pack and instead just doing this with the 10, I don't know, man. I'm basically rethinking life at this point. Like there's so much of this that I'm rethinking that I'm like rethinking the whole thing. Again, being a homer and knowing that he's for now likely going to be slotted on a first line with Kane and Taves, which is crazy. Back in the Coach Q days, those two gents played together. Sure, they were out there on the ice together, and not just because one had not come off of from their intended line change in time or whatever, but they were intentionally put out there at the same time at times during the Coach Q tenure, but very rarely. It was not very often. I never asked him personally, but I got the sense that, and it seemed to be the talk of the sports writers and stuff like that, got the sense that Coach Q preferred to have more time in which he'd have at least one of the two out there, and it stands to reason that if you play them on the same line as the starting line, and then generally throughout all games, and especially if you also toss them onto the same special teams lines of any special teams lines that either one of them plays on, then it's all or nothing. You're gonna either have them both out there together, or you're gonna have neither one of them out there, and then have to have some ounce of Jesus Christ! Why? It's like the easiest sports word in the world, and I can't even think of it. You have to have more players besides your stars. There's another way to say it, right? I just sound like an idiot doing it that way. I can't think of words as easy as like phone right now, which makes it seem like I'm phoning this in, but I'm not. I'm actually kind of trying, and I'm still effing it up. But the point was that Alexander, not William Nylander, who is kind of interesting that he's not only in the set with him, but literally listed next to Henry Joker. I won't get into all that, but it's kind of interesting. I feel like that they not only tossed them as two of the only 6 in this prospects set, but then put them next to each other, and on the top left where you would normally not the way that they, not in my opinion, not in the way that they opted to show it here, where they're either more front or they're just bigger. On the 3, with I'm not going to try to say those names. I call them Etolv and Marty and Zadina. Those 3 look more prominent to me on this screen, and they're all quote unquote lower rated, but they're the same rating as Nylander. My only point was, for F's sake, generally speaking, if you, before this season had started, if you're like, all right, you're going to play this game, and the whole year, you only get one choice, no matter how boss it is, even if they're both 99s. You get to choose between a Joker or an Alex Nylander. I mean, granted, if they're both 99s and 99s across the board, then what the hell's the difference? But even so, I would probably want Henry instead. Um, so now I kind of hope that I convince myself to do that set, and those are the two that I have to choose from, and then I just have an absolute meltdown, especially if it's like live like this where I'm trying to talk through it, even though there's either nobody in the room or we still supposedly have that one person here. All right, that's what the screen's telling me, and I'm not in the room. I do that sometimes, but I'm not in the room now. So yeah, I really don't know, cause I know for sure, I know guaranteed, unless he gets hurt, like, which, like, I'm not trying to jinx him, but how hard is it to? I guess you could get hurt on the flight over to Prague. Like Nylander has not only made the team, he's slotted to be on the front line with Kane and Taves. You can be a Hawks hater all you want. I don't know how many other lines. There are some for sure, but there's not a ton of other lines that you could say that you're going to have a quote-unquote prospect, which is not my words. That's what they're calling this in this grouping, in this set here. I feel like it's difficult to have any quote-unquote prospect on any team that's going to be slotted into a better pairing for a line where you feel like, sure, the other two are going to be holding it down, and they're going to be doing their own thing. They're going to be creating for themselves individually, and then they're going to be creating together. But I mean, Jesus Christ, like, you're not going to be able to put a few back off of some rebounds off of the shots from those two guys. You know what I mean? Like literally, like what? Like, dude, I don't know. Kuznetsov and Ovi, right? I mean, that's up there. I mean, I think his assists, Ovi's assists, get overlooked, but people talk about him as if he's just strictly a goal scorer. But I mean, that's obviously already taken. You're not gonna have. No offense to either Nylander, specifically we're talking about Alex in this case, but I'm like, Alex ain't getting on that line, not as a permanent fixture this year. So I mean, it's not just that you have to find two guys that are already on an existing line, most likely a first line, that are just amazeballs already, just the two of them, but then a quote-unquote prospect, and these are the only 6 that you have to choose from in the game. So this is not the case for anybody else on that list. So a quote-unquote prospect is going to find their way onto what is undeniably a premier line. Like, I don't know if any of these guys were going to play in the other 2 leagues that are supposed to be getting boosts from the from these deals from SHL or Liga, I could see that, and I wrongly thought that there were going to be at least 3, if not 6, more prospects next week. There are going to be more of these, so I could go over into the collection because they are separating them right now. But that's 12 and 6, and it's 18, and I felt like that they were not. I don't know. For some reason, I was feeling like the collection was saying 18 was not the number. But though these right here are only going to be in packs for another few days, another 3 days, basically. Friday, October 4th. And then it says in the. Where the hell is it in the sets? It says it. I know it says it somewhere. Where the hell does it say it? There we go. So in these 2, and they're technically giving you the same countdown on that. And personally, I mean, Kovalchuk's cool and all, but I feel like it'd make it more exciting if if there's a second master item for week 2, which is certainly possible on those timers, but at the same time, the first event, and they did it all last year too. Not all last year, but some stuff during all of last year would have these things indicating the timers were running down, and then so far this year, sometimes they would go away, like particularly at a reset, and then either 5 minutes later, or half a day, or a full day later, they'd be back up. So I think for this one, these two, the exact same type of set will come up. Maybe people will get lucky enough, I guess, that maybe you could get the same type of thing for less gold collectibles. Other people have said it, so I'll just say that they said it, and I'm saying that I'm not the one saying it. Sorry, I said I. So they don't think that it's a great idea, untradeable or not, to drop 6 gold collectibles for a 1/3 shot at a random fantasy hockey player item. For technically slightly better odds, you can add another 10 on top of that and have 16 gold collectibles, whether you're paying 50k coins for them or not. And then you can choose, you'll be given 3 out of the ones that exist, and that was part of the reason why I didn't rip that pack, although now I know it's the prospects, and they're all out, all 6 of them are out, so super rethinking that at the moment. And then also, for some reason, I was thinking there was some sort of tie-in with the actual fantasy hockey player items, not the prospects. I don't know if I've seen anybody rip this pack yet, this set pack, even though I'm sure tons have. You're guaranteeing yourself to get a fantasy hockey player item, and it's unlikely to be one of the prospects. I don't know if you'd rather have a prospect or not. It's probably untradeable. I don't know if it says that, but now I kind of want to watch somebody open one to find out if it is or is not untradeable, because that could change things for me on that one. Not so much on this one. I 6 gold collectibles for a 1/3 shot. The 33% chancers didn't have the best track record in 20, and it seems to have carried over into 19. So I don't know, man. I don't know. It's like if you really want one, because I feel like to do this set, you either have to have bank, whatever bank is for you, to be like, yes, that's cool, I'll rip this. And I don't know. It suggests that this one's repeatable as opposed to obviously like the Kovalchuk is not, and I don't really know. Considering it's untradeable, I don't really know why you would want it to be repeatable anyways. But I'm just pointing that out for anybody that is whatever. I mean, it's only a 2 gold collectible difference. That could be a cost in coins or coin value of 100k. But I mean, geez, you know. It's technically suggesting that the Kovalchuk is 600k coin value to create, and so it's 500k for the choice set. I felt like in No Sleeves video from today, maybe he went into the gold collectibles on the market. It's early morning in North America, so the market is probably going to be a little wacky. There's only 85 of them out there, so yeah, they still, assuming this is reasonable, and there's at least one person asking for 40. It seems like they've come down and more settled closer to their 30 to 35k range. I mean, this person probably working with a partner, but seems like they've already forced it to these two to specifically to get a minimum of 30k out of it. I'm not sure I'm not sure I would have chosen the timing that they did, because I don't know, 3 hours from right now is 6:15 a.m. Eastern time on a Wednesday is when this ends. So I don't know. Unless you're trying to take advantage of the Euros, doesn't seem like the optimal time for this kind of thing. Where you wait, what the hell? Oh, a new one. So a new one popped in somewhere. Where's the new one at? There you go. Well, and there you go. So 35K for the Stunners, and they're giving an hour to try to see if they can get more than that, and for potentially up to 40 minutes of that, you could just straight up buy for just shy of 34K. Save yourself a K of coins, 1,000 coins, and not have to deal with potentially getting outbid and potentially bot baited. Not calling the Stunners a bot baiter, but I don't know if he is or is not, or she is not, or non-binary is or not. Being totally inclusive here. Yeah, this one's I don't know. I mean, they're either from themselves or their partner, or potentially from an actual bid. It would seem strange. Okay, so best case, nicest scenario for the Dewey Show is that they're not doing this with like themselves, with like another account somehow somewhere else or whatever, and they're not working with a partner or a group to get this off. It's possible. It's a non-zero possibility, but even if that were the case, I think that in that non-zero but unlikeliest of cases, in which they're totally fine on their end, this was probably something where just one person in the entire PlayStation network that's playing this game came in here and put both of these bids on. Just, I guess, realizing, it's like, hey, it's, these things are actually 35K. I'm gonna buy it for 30, and I'm gonna make 5K profit, is either what they're thinking, which is wrong, or they actually are thinking properly, which is that they're gonna pay, as the seller, when they sell it, they're gonna pay a 5% tax. And so if you want to be like, hey, to have actual profit, you gotta be turning 10% on these things. Depends on which one of those groups you're in. The first group is wrong. Profit is not pure profit. That's just wrong. Sorry. I try not to be declaratively definitive and all that shit, but it's just wrong. So if you want to be in the camp of it's just 5%, even if I buy and sell and I flip and I do this regularly, okay, fine. Then the other group that says it's 10%, and then I guess there could be people that think that it's more than 10%, and they're pretty much as wrong as the people that think that it's pure profit and 0%. However, I could kind of get more behind that argument, just when you get in terms of time value of money and opportunity cost and all those kind of fun things that very few people that play the game either do think about or want to think about, because they're playing a goddamn game and they just want to play the game. I get it. But yeah, I could see somebody coming in here and putting on these bids, because it's one coin off of 30K. So if they did both of them, that's exactly 2 coins shy of 60K on both of them. And if you turn around and sell it for 35, which it kind of seems like, despite a couple of 34s that we're seeing in here right at this particular moment, if you're willing to hold out, it seems like you should probably be able to get 35 for it. So again, I'm like, even if you were thinking about it as far as like needing 10%, should be pretty clear. 10% on 30 is 3K. So even if you did think it was 10% as opposed to just the 5, and especially if you think it's just the 5, then yeah, absolutely. I think that this is perfectly fine as a value. You see, I have the coins. I kind of don't feel like waiting around for 3 hours to see what's going to happen, since I could just get outbid for 50 coins more than that if I try to prices right whoever this bidder is. I could end up getting prices righted myself, or somebody else could actually come in here in 3 hours on a really weird time and get into a bidding war with somebody else that wants to get in here. Even though if I saw that happening, I would suspect bot baiting was more likely. But we'll be nice and say that everything's kosher. I see no problem with 30K. I have the coins. I could do it right now. I don't want to be honest. As far as like potential and upside, they could go up higher. They have been higher. I've sold mine. It should still be in my record under the auction house stuff, right? I think, but I think that I sold. I know I've sold them for 30, 35 for sure. I'd like to think that I got at least one off when they were up to 50. But I can't say for 100% that I have, because I've had a lot less of the golds, tradable or not, than I have of the icons. That's just how it is for me. Yeah, so I don't know. I may have only packed 2 or 3 of them, and I may have only sold them for 30 max, maybe not even 35K. Geez, I mean, there's a chance, I guess, I might even have sold them for 25, assuming there was a time when that was considered the correct value, or that you just had to sell them for that if you wanted anybody to actually buy yours, as opposed to the 85 at that time, 100 plus that were out there. So I actually don't know. I'm willing to say that I've sold more than 1, but maybe only 2, and the possible range could have been anywhere from 25 to 50, and I'm guessing that 30 to 35 which is the current range, was most likely, but I have no idea. But all that being said, I just kind of feel like if you are doing this as far as current value, and you're being generous and like forgetting about the fact that there's enough people that are willing to sell them for some form of 35. Sorry, the 35s threw me off. 33 and maybe 34. But obviously some people are. Oh, my L3 is busted again. Obviously, like in this example, the person thinks that they either can or could at some point get anywhere from 36 to 36.5. The initial bid, I know, I'm not going to click on it because my L3's been messing up. I don't want to. I'm not paying that much for gold collectible, but you can, like everything, when it's not exactly 50 coins above, you can bid the initial bid as low as 36,000 and as high as 36.5, obviously. But I said obviously, and then I just thought I've never done that. So now that I think about it, I feel like the game should not allow you to place a bid at the buy now price exactly. I feel like if you even tried. So of course these ones don't have buy now. So what's the lowest? Sorry, again, I'm not touching anything. So forget it. I was gonna, I can't chance it, but I was gonna check to see what the lowest buy now was. I mean, this one's 34. It's not terrible, and it's 100 coins above. So technically, you can bid 33,850 and an off hour like now, maybe that you would think that would be worthwhile. I kind of feel like the risk is not worth the reward of just putting an extra 100 coins down and guaranteeing that you get it. But one person, this is how, for anybody that doesn't know how this works, one person can bid 33,850. Another person can bid after that on this card 33,900, and then potentially a third person can then come in and just do the buy now. I don't think that you can place a bid for the buy now price. And as soon as I get my new controller, I'm just trying to decide if I want to stick with the standard one that I've been using this whole time, or if I want to get anything different than that. I don't know. So, some of the ones that I saw, they were slightly intriguing in my opinion, just as far as like, I don't know, being able to have customized buttons or pedals in different spots or whatever. I don't know. I've come very accustomed to using this over the course of the last 13 months, and it because I don't, as far as gameplay goes, at least in this game, certainly not in others like I don't know, Days Gone or Red Dead Redemption 2. I don't think that there's anything really that I can even think of that I do with the touchpad. Which, like, I was gonna call the, I don't know what the proper terms of any of this shit is. Okay. Because I'd always just referred to the actual positional buttons, left, right, up, down, that we've had since the very first Nintendo system hit the market. I thought that was the D-pad, so I have no idea, honestly. But if a thing says L2 on it, I'm going to call it L2. Alright, so we're going to go with that for now, and just say the thing in the middle, the little touchpad-y thing, I don't think that there's any use of that in this game at all, that I know of. And I can't even think off the top of my head, I don't have any current versions available for me to even glance my eyes at to make me think of any, but I can't even think of, at least as far as gameplay stuff, as opposed to the 4 hours of this that I've done, which is technically not considered gameplay because I haven't actually played any hockey. And in case you've watched all of this and have no idea, yes, this is actually a hockey game in which you just watched 4 hours of no sport at all, let alone hockey specifically being played. Yeah, that whole pad thing in the middle, I don't think it gets, at least as far as gameplay is concerned, I don't think it gets used in this game. I can't even remember it being used in kind of any sports game. Although I feel like MLB The Show would probably find a way to do it if you're using at least specific controllers. And admittedly, I don't use the advanced controls in this game either. But yeah, that would just seem strange to me, to be honest. If you had to like rock out like a swipe on the pad to do kind of anything from a gameplay perspective. You can, and maybe I should be doing this now that my L3 is all jacked. But you can do things as far as the input on the keyboard with it, but that has, even from a non-gameplay aspect of the game, I and I unfortunately I didn't even want to pull up an instance of that because again the L3 is all nasty at the moment for me. It just it gets stuck on up. Exactly. I don't know if you've seen it kind of go weird at times on a screen like this. Clearly, it doesn't do anything doesn't ruin your eyeballs, but that's because there is no up to go right here on this. So I'm not going to jump into that, but like if I was trying to input a price that I wanted for a card, for example, I don't do it, but I could see how maybe you could use the pad to basically use it like a mouse to kind of scroll over and choose your inputs on the price that you want to put in. I guess probably. I don't think that I've ever done that in this game or last year. But I don't know. For some reason, I feel like you probably could. So there you go. So I came up with one thing that I could think of, and the only reason why I was even bringing that up is just because the controller's broken for the most part. I mean, it doesn't work for me. I haven't tried the whole paperclip reset thing, but only because I can't find. I haven't found anything in the settings menu of the console that says anything about that. So I don't want to. I don't know. I don't have full trust in that. I know that has been a thing many other places. I don't know. I don't have full confidence that would work. I feel like there'd be a chance that I would do that and then the controller would just not work at all. Or I'd go through a potentially very timely thing and end up with the exact same outcome that I have at the moment, which is a controller that I basically can't even play any actual hockey games with because all of my players just go directly up. So yeah. So point is, I'm getting a new controller, and I was just gonna get this one again. I was just gonna get like a regular one, and all I was saying is it was slightly intriguing to see like, oh, people, like I could be maybe coming up against other people who are using very like, just as far as like where they place their hands and their thumbs and their fingers and all that shit, they could be in very different spots than I am, and they could be like I don't know, like you could, I don't have, I would, this is where I wish I had the cam to be able to show, but like hold any PlayStation controller ever, not even PS4, just any PlayStation controller, and you would know what I'm talking about. The almost intuitive grip on it is your index fingers, both of them, your right and your left, on the respective tops of the controller on the left and right side, as you know, what originally on controllers was referred to as the trigger buttons, because that is referred to as your trigger finger. I don't do much. I've never even been in the presence of a gun. So I'm not going to try to talk about that from any sort of experience, but I would be, I guess if you don't have an index finger, you don't have a full one, and you still want to shoot in a way that you and the society that you live in deems acceptable, I guess you got to use something else. But I don't, and I don't really go out looking for it either, but I feel like it would have been in one of the movies. It would have been in like one of the sniper movies or whatever, even if it was supposed to be based off of you know, a real dude. Tragic story, spoiler alert, but if you looked up the guy's name, you had already known that You know, I think most people would agree it didn't really end well for him. But like if even if that dude in real life, you know, had taken 1,000 shots in his military career, um, saying nothing of all the kind of practice that he'd have to do, and then the shooting that he continued to do after the. I think. I. Yeah, I think for all intents and purposes, technically, his career was considered ended, and so like you know, taking out the hanging out with fellow veterans on ranges and stuff like that. You know, just showing that you want to spend that time with them or whatever. You know, it it seemed. I don't think this is a hot take. It seems like an admirable thing to do. Um, but yeah, like, so take that movie exactly and take the real person, even if every single one of the shots that he took, say thousands, in his military career, if every single one of them was taken in a specific way, um, and I think there is probably a difference between no matter what handedness you normally are in other things. I'd imagine there's a difference between having it on your right shoulder and then, you know, how you approach that versus your left. I don't know. The stuff that I sometimes end up watching, it seems like it just seems like the disinformation that intended or otherwise was given through Hollywood, where it's just like, you know, guys bursting into rooms and guys like the way they hold their guns and the way they're pointing them or whatever, and they're supposed to be, you know, usually police or other types of domestic um, protectors of whatever. Um, I've heard plenty of people be like, who would know but way better than I would, obviously, which would be anybody would know better than I would, but would know whether that's you know, not how anybody in that profession does it or how anybody should do it. But I don't know why I did that whole thing. I was just trying to say how I hope that it wasn't triggering for anybody that I referred to index fingers in this position of holding a controller as your triggers, but you can hit the L1 and the L2 button with those. You could, if you wanted to, bring up your middle finger specifically on the L2 and the R2. And I don't know, I've heard quite a bit about L2 spamming in the last couple years, and I believe on a lot of controls, R1 is the stick check or poke check, and there was a lot of spamming with that last year, not so much this year. So I guess some people could do that. At least for me, like, honestly, as I go to do that right now, I almost like instinctively bring my thumbs down from L3 and R3, and I put them just under those two controls. They're not just buttons, I don't think. I mean, they are technically buttons, but whatever. So like bringing up my middle fingers to be able to have better grip on the overall thing, I just like instinctively bring my thumbs down. So it feels like that's, I don't know, less. So now I've got all three of those up. It that feels less. I don't know. I feel like I don't have as good of a grip with that, because technically speaking, the grip is really only coming from the other remaining two digits on both sides, the ring finger and the pinky. and it also kind of, and then I have to kind of move my my wrists into the to the bottoms of the controller just to be able to then do other stuff with the thumbs on the left side for, I guess, what I had always called the D-pad, and the buttons, triangle, square, X and O, also known as cross and circle, according to Nintendo. So yeah, different games have different things that you could do, and I could see people using different controllers for different things, and it definitely seemed like the promotional stuff on the controllers that that Sony lists on their website for the PlayStation. It seemed like at least one of them was initially designed for some sort of shooter, maybe like Call of Duty or something, and then either that one or another one seemed like it was basically designed for a battle royale shooter. So I don't know if it was just Fortnite initially or whatever. I don't know or care. I don't play those things. But I'm just saying, like, you know, if the actual directional buttons, the D-pad, were something that you're using more for your control rather than the, in my opinion, kind of more fluid movement that you're getting out of L3, I could see that, but it is whatever. So for me, at least, generally speaking, I'm gonna be doing whatever with my thumbs. My triggers are on the my triggers. Sure, my trigger fingers are on the triggers, up on L1 and L2 and R1 and R2 respectively, and then generally I'm dropping down the other three to kind of cup it in and then kind of be held within my the palms of my hands, and that allows me to have a little bit more ease of movement and control and flexibility with my thumbs. I feel like, and just it feels like I've got better grip or grasp of the controller in that. So what I'm saying with that is seeing that there's some customizable, I think they're referring to them more as pedals generally as opposed to buttons that can go kind of on the back end. And so whether that's, you know, you using your middle fingers to hit those, I have no idea. I've never been in the presence of a static, not moving, not being touched one, let alone somebody who's rocking one in some $3 million tournament or some shit. But I don't know. It seems like in certain stuff that could potentially be an advantage of some sort. But to bring this home and to finally fucking end this, seriously, there's 3 people in the room right now? Are you kidding me? Who's here? Who just allowed me to troll myself for the last hour? There's no way that you're actually enjoying me talking about without a camera, me describing how I'm holding a controller. That was way more boring than the first, I think, 2.5, almost 3 hours of actually ripping those fantasy packs. I feel like that 3 can't be an actual 3. There can't be 3 people in the room who've not said a word. I thought it was strange enough with just the one that might have been lurking, and none of those are me. It's not me. For anybody that's watching this tomorrow, I'm gonna keep it on this page, especially because we're coming up on 5 hours here. I'm gonna make sure I kill this. 4 people. What are you doing? Like, this isn't Twitch. You can't do a raid. You're just like, dude, you guys gotta listen to this guy. He went insane in the last hour and a half of his live YouTube stream. He's not even doing anything. He's talking about what his hands are doing on a controller. It's weird as shit. I would actually agree with that statement, but I don't know what's going on. How are there 4 people in the room right now? I want to kill this before it gets to 5 hours. But I want just even one of you to say something. And because it's on this screen, it won't be the weird robotics woman's voice. It'll actually type it out on the chat there, that you guys can probably see. The last one was literally hours ago. Jerome said, "Okay, thanks, bye." I want it to be one of our longtime subs. I want it to be Pen Pal, to be one of those 4, to just say what's up, yo. And if it is you, dude, I promise I am actually going to kill this at 5 hours. So I won't force you to listen to me talk about Scotland for another couple hours. But yeah, just F everything. I'm trying to not use the really bad words since we're getting in trouble over on YouTube now. But F everything that I was just talking about for the last, I felt like, half hour. Point was, I'm getting a controller. If I'm not getting a controller, I need to be getting a controller. This one's no bueno. I got 60 seconds, so yeah, I'll probably go to a physical store, and if they don't really have much variety, or if they have like maybe just 1 or 2 other ones that aren't standard, and I can't take them out of their boxes, and it just doesn't, and I want to just go like, I don't know, form over function, function over form, whatever I'm feeling, and then just not feeling it, then, especially if it's cheaper, might just go standard again, because it was fine for a full year. And that's it, guys. I don't know who the 4 people are in here right now. I hope that me being crazy was fun, but I got 10 seconds, so I gotta kill this. Peace out until next time. There you can hear the beeping. L3 is going crazy. I am trying to kill the broadcast now. There we go. Peace out until next time. Hope that some of this was enjoyable. Feel free to watch the replay as soon as it comes up on YouTube, which used to be instantaneously, and now on these 5-hour ones especially, it's going to take a little time for YouTube to process it and allow it to be out there. But by tomorrow at some point, certainly within 5 hours from now, it'll be on this channel to be watched as a replay. I think you just kind of have to watch the first 90 minutes, maybe 2 hours. You'll see something exciting, and I'm going to say something on Twitter. So peace out.